Chapter 151. The ice Quetzalcoatlus was huge. The male weighed more than 3 tons, and the other two weighed about 2 tons, so Soren could only pack them as much as possible and choose a better place to bring them back. Normally, there would be 5 or 6 people on an adventure, and that would be enough to transport the valuable items back. There was no such thing as a divine ring with unlimited storage space in this world. The closest thing Soren had seen to a divine ring was the 30-foot storage glove and storage ring. Among all the professions, the only ones who had unlimited storage space were the legendary spellcasters, and then there were the powerful gods because they could open up a dimensional space. If you didn't open up a dimensional space yourself, the storage space of a rare grade equipment would be very small. Soren was covered in blood. He took a break to tidy up his clothes, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The blood on his body gradually disappeared, but there was still a faint smell of blood. Level 0 spells were very practical, and many times they could solve problems that troubled you. In the wilderness, rogues were the dirtiest because they didn't care about their manners when scouting and exploring. They had to lie on the ground when they should, and even if there was feces in the mud, they still had to squat and sneak around. The dirtiest ones were the warriors and rangers, who sometimes had to play a cameo role. The only handsome one in the team was the spellcaster, who was clean and tidy. Sometimes the dwarves were the dirtiest because they had short arms and legs, especially those dwarven-heavy warriors who were overconfident in their jumping ability. Plop! You might find a surprise when you turn around. Soren was almost done with the corpse of the Quetzalcoatlus. The smell of blood here seemed to have attracted the attention of some creatures, and Soren vaguely heard some sounds coming from the wind. He looked at the cliff in front of him, then began to collect his most important trophies, the dragon eggs that were placed in the dragon's nest. The price of these things was hard to say. They could be very valuable, or they could be suitable for eating, because it was very difficult to tame dragons. At present, only the people near Dragon City had mastered the skill of taming dragon subspecies, and no one else could do it. Many creatures were wild and difficult to tame, especially those with innate racial genetic memories. In the past 100 years, the best executors of dragon-type abilities were the drows in the Underdark. Their method was simple and crude. All they needed was a male pure-blood dragon. It was quite difficult for other species to achieve this. The 4 sides of the cliff were very smooth. Dragon subspecies had high requirements for their nests. These cliffs had been sprayed with their frost breath, and there was a layer of ice about 3 centimeters thick on top of them. Soren touched it. It was very smooth. He couldn't climb up at all. However, Soren wasn't completely out of options. He took out a dagger and stabbed it into the slippery cliff. He then climbed up bit by bit until he was close to the height of a 3-story building. He kicked off the cliff with his toes and jumped into the dragon's nest. There were 3 white dragon eggs in the nest. They were about the size of basketballs, and half of them were buried in the ice. There were special requirements for the hatching of dragon eggs. Soren also saw a small pile of kindlers in the dragon's nest. These ice Quetzalcoatlus must have attacked other creatures. It was the nature of dragons to collect wealth, and they would also collect some shiny things. Most of them were of low value, and some were even damaged. However, there were some minerals, many of which were crystal, amber, agate, and a fist-sized natural gold nugget. Dragon subspecies sometimes attacked kobolds, and some of the spoils would be taken to their nests. Soren took out a part of the dragon meat and threw it away. He turned his head and put the gold nuggets and gems in it. The things here were worth about 2,000 or 3,000 kindlers. Finally, there were 3 dragon eggs. He stretched out his finger and knocked on them to see if there was any movement in them. Then he raised them to the sun. There were no traces of creatures inside. It seemed that they didn't lay eggs for long. The dragon eggs were still a long time away from hatching. This kind of dragon egg could be eaten directly. It was a first-class delicacy, and it was not poisonous. Dragon subspecies eggs couldn't be kept for a long time. There was a need for environmental temperature. Soren put 2 eggs in it and then went back the way he came. He vaguely heard the sound of trolls. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but there were indeed many ice trolls in the Frost Kingdom. Those things were more difficult to deal with than the Quetzalcoatlus. When she saw Soren coming back, Princess Anna was obviously relieved. She raised her little hand and patted her chest and said, "You're finally back. I heard the sound over there and almost wanted to go and see. Fortunately, you didn't come." Soren raised his hand and raised the dragon egg in his hand, raised his eyebrows and said, "I'll treat you to something delicious." He cracked the dragon egg with the handle of his knife. The eggshell was relatively strong. Then he took out a spoon and stirred inside. He poured in a small bag of flour, followed by fine salt, and stirred. Dragon eggs could be roasted directly on the fire. After roasting, they were similar to cooked eggs. The taste was quite delicious. He used to peel and eat them like this. Dragon subspecies were widely distributed and could be seen almost all over the world. Many high-grade adventurers had eaten dragon eggs, and sometimes the pure-blooded ones were also roasted and eaten. The survival rate of dragon eggs is only 1/10. Princess Anna's expression seemed a little worried. She stretched out her white finger and pointed at Soren, then whispered, "I started to hear something in the north." Something? Soren went to the southwest. There were other creatures in the north. His face was a little dignified. After fixing the dragon egg, he jumped on the rock and looked around. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. Then he slowly said, "It may be the ice trolls. We'll go around them later. We'll stay on a mountainside for 2 days and then go through the mountains towards the sea. The tormented believers won't guess that you can go over the mountains. We can go around to Arendelle from there." Princess Anna stood up and looked at the mountains in the distance. She murmured, "Can we go over there?" "There's no way. There are many places that we can't get through." "Yes," Soren fiddled with the dragon egg and said in a deep voice, "So you have to wait for me to learn a spell first." Princess Anna was surprised. Her eyes widened and she said, "You're a wizard?" "Nonsense." Soren didn't answer the question. He roasted the dragon egg, broke it open, and cut it flat with a curved knife. Adventurers were not so particular. A knife that had just been used to cut people could be used to cut meat. He handed the other half to Princess Anna in front of him and said, "Eat all of it. This can temporarily strengthen your resistance to the cold. The energy is enough for you to last for 2 or 3 days." A small number of foods could increase the status of a wizard. These things were very rare, and the dragon egg in front of them was one of them. Resistance-strengthening alchemy potions were made with these materials. The two silently filled their stomachs. The bruises on Princess Anna's body seemed to have lessened a lot because of the dragon egg. She had basically regained her ability to move, but when Soren was ready to leave, she leaned over with a blushing face and then lay on his back. Soren didn't pay much attention to this. He carried the girl on his back and headed southeast, ready to go through the rugged mountain path. Since he had agreed to send her back, he couldn't give up halfway. Soren was a person who valued promises. Half a day passed quickly. They found a deserted cave, which seemed to be the nest of a polar bear. The smell inside was very bad. Princess Anna was a little dirty, mainly because she got dirty when she was cleaning. Except for her pretty and clean face, she didn't have much of the noble feeling of a princess. The girl's ability to adapt was good. She even knew to tidy up because they would be staying here for a few days. Soren set up 2 beast traps and a simple warning trap. Maybe his craftsmanship was a bit wasted. It took him more than half an hour to set them up. His style was still inclined to be a combat-type rogue, and he rarely spent a lot of time studying traps. The main reason was that during a battle, the enemy might not necessarily step on it, so it took a lot of time to set it up in advance. The sky was getting dark. Soren lit a candle and opened a magic scroll. From time to time, he would write with a quill pen. He cut a stone into a simple platform. Next to him was Princess Anna with her head tilted. She wiped her clothes with snow, and her hair was tied into 2 ponytails. She sat quietly next to him. He didn't know if it was because she ate the dragon egg, but her face was slightly flushed. Maybe it was because the energy brought by the dragon egg accelerated her blood flow, or maybe it was because of other effects. The girl seemed to be very adaptable to boring things. Her patience must be good, because she could watch Soren analyze spells for 2 or 3 hours. The life of a princess was actually very boring. This was especially true for a princess like her, who was destined to manage the kingdom. While other princesses were enjoying themselves, she spent most of her time reading books. Books were the most important source of knowledge in this world. She needed to learn about law, literature, religion, etiquette, art, geography, and other aspects of knowledge. Sometimes, her learning tasks were even more important than the ice witches. The kind of princess who grew up and married for the royal family certainly didn't need to learn these things, because their purpose was not to learn these things. But Princess Anna was one of the two pearls of Arendelle. When she grew up in the future, she would have to manage at least half of the kingdom's affairs. The people under her rule were estimated to be more than millions of people. She needed to assist the Princess Royal in dealing with the affairs of the country. As a future ruler, it was certainly not enough for her to only play and enjoy. Although she was a princess, she had received the education of a successor to the throne. If nothing unexpected happened, the future ruler of Arendelle would be her child, because few men could match the powerful Princess Royal. It was even possible that she would become a godlike existence. Princess Royal did have the qualifications to become a god. If Princess Royal became a god, she would be the next queen of Arendelle. The throne would be inherited by her bloodline. Although she was a little inexperienced and looked a little childish, she was still very young after all. A 15-year-old girl, you couldn't ask too much of her. Chapter 152. The night was getting darker and darker. Soren was sitting on a cold rock with a quill in his hand. In front of him was a stone table that was split open with a curved sword. In front of him was a magic scroll. For an adventurer like him, his ability to adapt to the environment was undoubtedly very strong. Whether it was a quiet and comfortable hotel or a deserted cave, he could concentrate on what he should do. Next to him was Princess Anna, who was tilting her head. Her little face looked a little baby fat because she was holding her chin with her hand. She looked quite pretty and cute. The princess was definitely not skinny. Soren didn't know how long he had been analyzing the magic model. When he looked up, Princess Anna was a little sleepy, but she still sat next to him and didn't want to disturb him at all. Soren put down the quill in his hand and put the magic scroll aside. He turned around and said, "If you're tired, go to sleep. I have a tent and blanket here. You can spread it out and sleep." Soren had 3 low-level, multi-dimensional bags with a lot of things in them. Without enough wealth to buy a bigger storage item, they could only rely on numbers to win. There was a very popular joke in the past. The specific content didn't need to be said, but it was popularized by the disciples of the beggar's sect. For example, Soren was now a 3-bag disciple of the beggar's sect. In the past, there were some people who had too many belongings but did not have enough money. They were directly ridiculed by everyone as the 9-pouch elder of the beggar sect. Sauron had even seen the 11-pouch elder of the beggar sect. That was the real awesome person with all kinds of low-level multidimensional bags hanging on his body. One couldn't carry too many of these things as it would greatly affect one's combat prowess. After all, the multidimensional bag also had weight. Although the weight was reduced by more than 90%, it would definitely be very depressing to carry so many bags in battle. Those who were jokingly called disciples of the beggar's sect had trained their own skills to prevent the bags from affecting their fighting. In Soren's memory, there were many disciples of the beggar's sect. For a long time, ordinary disciples with 2 or 3 bags could be seen everywhere. As for the 9-bag elders and 11-bag elders, they were only a few special cases. When Princess Anna heard him speak, she was obviously more energetic. She couldn't help but stand up and shake her little head. "No need. You're memorizing spells, so you need to concentrate. I can help you keep watch at night. If there's any movement outside, I'll wake you up." What an obedient princess. Soren didn't expect there to be such an obedient princess. He couldn't help but smile. He subconsciously reached out his hand to pat her little head, but then he remembered that she wasn't Vivian, so he just smiled and nodded. "All right then. If you feel sleepy, go to sleep. I've set up a trap outside." Princess Anna nodded gently, her face slightly flushed. She seemed to be in a good mood. Soren continued analyzing the structure of the spell model. As he learned more and more spells, he became more proficient in the field of spell models. Many seemingly difficult spells could be solved with some simple steps. That was to learn their prerequisite spells first. For example, Soren was now analyzing Featherfall, which was a relatively simple levitation spell. The number of spell circuits and spell nodes was a lot less than Fly. Then there was Levitation, an advanced version of Featherfall. This spell was a more complex version of Featherfall. Many of the spell models were the same. The Featherfall spell model was part of Levitation. Therefore, if Soren learned Featherfall first, then learned Levitation, and then studied Fly, the time spent would be greatly reduced because the previous spell models were already included in the later high-level spells. Learning Featherfall was equivalent to learning 1/3 of Levitation, and learning Levitation was equivalent to learning 1/5 of Fly. The small details of the spell model structure would help Soren master more high-level spells. Now he had found a way to learn more high-level spells in the future. He could rely on the prerequisite low-level spells to improve the speed and success rate of mastering them. The night passed quickly. When Soren put away the quill, Princess Anna was already a little sleepy. She really didn't sleep all night. She sat next to him in a daze and watched him study the spell models. Occasionally, she would listen to the movements outside. Because she didn't sleep the whole night, her beautiful big eyes had some dark circles. Her Royal Highness definitely didn't stay up all night in the past. With her status, even when she slept, there were maids waiting on her until dawn. Sleep for a while. Soren stood up, reached out, and touched her forehead. Then he took out a blanket and spread it on the rock. He whispered, "Close your eyes and sleep for a while. I'll wake you up later to eat." "Oh, no, no." Princess Anna, who was obviously very sleepy, seemed to want to persist. She whispered, "You didn't sleep all night either. Why don't you sleep for a while, and then I'll sleep when you wake up." Soren smiled and rubbed her head subconsciously. He said slowly, "This is nothing to me. It's normal to not sleep for 10 days or half a month during an adventure. On the contrary, you probably haven't had such an experience before. Take a good rest and recover your energy. We'll probably stay here for another 2 days." Sure enough, Princess Anna did not continue to insist. She lay on the blanket with her petite body and soon fell asleep. She closed her eyes and breathed evenly. She slept very soundly. Soren looked at the sleeping girl. She looked very cute and beautiful. He wanted to lean over and kiss her. But he just reached out and flicked the dust on the girl's hair. Then he moved his body and walked out of the cave. It was so difficult to embark on the road to legend. If he couldn't withstand a little temptation, Soren wouldn't be the Soren he was today, and he wouldn't be qualified to become a legend who could fight with the gods. She was able to endure loneliness and resist temptation. A 3rd or 4th grade professional, if he gave up on tempering his strength and will, could easily become the management of a city or the leader of a gang. Power, money, and women would be at his fingertips. Being in charge of a part of the underground forces or becoming a well-dressed aristocrat, marrying a noble lady, hiring and buying 3 to 5 pretty maids, and if his taste was a bit heavier, he could even buy beautiful slaves through channels. From then on, it wouldn't be difficult for him to live an extravagant and absurd life. But the result of doing this was that he would be completely corrupted, and he would no longer have the desire to make progress. Many professionals didn't fall in the hands of fierce monsters, didn't fall in the harsh living environment. They withstood the test of death and faced countless dangers. But in the end, they were easily corrupted by the pleasure of life. The reason why legends were legends. It was because legends were so different. Why were legendary wizards so powerful? It was because they spent countless days and nights in the boring research of magic. They thought hard in the tower. They looked at the stars in the middle of the night. They pursued the most essential power of the law of the world. They were the richest professionals, and their wealth was more than that of the royal family. As long as they were willing, they could enjoy the most luxurious life. Since ancient times, there were many intelligent creatures with good talent, but how many people could reach the legendary level in thousands of years? Power wasn't just power. It also represented immortality represented a long life. Were you willing to stand at the top and laugh at the vicissitudes of the world? Or were you willing to be reduced to a pile of yellow soil after 100 years? The reincarnation of a Styx was just a comfort. After the soul was reconstructed, it was completely erased, and the power from the origin was used to reconstruct a soul. There was no such thing as Tao in this world. Perhaps many professionals couldn't understand what Tao was, but they had their own beliefs in their hearts, and this belief was the Tao they were pursuing in their hearts. For example, the ascetic fistmaster, or the sword saint that Soren met in the small village. Their power could easily bring them power, wealth, and beauty, but they were still strict with themselves and pursued the path of legends. If there were immortals in this world, then above the legendary level was immortals. Only legends could fight against gods. If you wanted to stand at the top of the world and look down on the world, the tempering of your will was the ladder to the top. Outside the cave, Soren stood halfway up the mountain and looked into the distance. He could see the vast, snow-white land, and there were still mountains in the distance. Many of the sceneries were blocked by the wind and snow. Even though he was only halfway up the mountain, he felt open-minded standing here and looking down. He watched silently for a while, then began to practice spells, trying to master the ability spell control. He didn't have the blood of the Son of God, nor did he have any amazing talent. If he wanted to reach the legendary level, he still needed to climb up step by step. He had to fight against many enemies, and in the future, he might have to face the gods who looked down on the world for thousands of years. Vivian was still waiting for his return, and the sons of fear were still killing each other. The shadow of the gods had shrouded the world. He hadn't reached the time to rest and enjoy himself yet. It didn't mean that he had no desires, but it was just that he cared so much about some things in his heart. No one was willing to practice asceticism in the world of ice and snow, and no one was willing to always face life and death battles. The pain left on the body was pain, and the scars on the body were scars. Fighting on the tip of the sword was never a pleasure, and the approach of death would make any living creature afraid. Soren rarely showed anything, but this didn't mean that he didn't feel pain when he was injured, and he didn't feel uncomfortable when he was bleeding. Pain was always pain, and it would never turn into pleasure. It appeared in your body, engraved in your heart, and branded on your soul. To make it stronger, his name was Soren, and he had embarked on the road to becoming a legendary. Injuries were common for him, and bleeding was even more common. But he hadn't fallen yet, and his will was still as strong as steel. P.S. Originally, this chapter was going to be divided into volumes because it just happened to reach the 150th chapter. But I didn't have time to write a summary recently, so I'll leave it for future volumes and write a summary of the first volume. Chapter 153. Time passed day by day. Princess Anna no longer looked like a princess. She now looked like a beautiful girl living in the mountains. It turned out that a princess could not always look so noble. She even learned to make beds and wash clothes with melted snow. The cave was clean by her. She seemed to be a little bit of a neat freak and liked to put things neatly. Sometimes she even had a lot of strange ideas in her mind. For example, if they kept living in the mountains like this, would they give birth to a nest of monkeys in the future? Well, these were just some absurd assumptions of an adolescent girl. At first, she was also worried about what Soren would do to her. Because she was a princess, not an idiot. She would not imagine the world to be too beautiful. But it turned out that she did worry too much. Soren was more of a knight than any knight she had ever seen, although his real identity was a rogue and part-time wizard. Occasionally, she would curl up next to Soren. It was difficult for a girl to tell what it was, but she felt that it would make her feel more at ease and sleep better. In fact, Soren hardly rested. His eyes were already bloodshot. He looked like a steel golem that did not need to rest. He spent almost all his time learning and practicing spells. Princess Anna did not know why he was so desperate, but there must be something in his heart that supported him to do so. Occasionally, the girl would think that it was to send her back to Arendelle as soon as possible. This undoubtedly made her feel warm, as if something was about to jump out. Although she wanted to go back as soon as possible, Princess Anna tried not to show her anxiety, because she thought it would increase the pressure on Soren. She felt that Soren was working too hard. He needed a rest. He was a very responsible person, but he also needed a rest. In the end, she was even a little worried about what she should do next if Soren was tired. As a girl who had not yet officially reached adulthood, Princess Anna would feel empty at the thought of this, as if she had lost an important support. The only person who had given her this feeling before was Princess Royal. She used to think that as long as her sister was there was nothing to be afraid of. She had matured. Although her appearance was still pretty and cute, and she was still a young girl who was not even 16 years old, she had already tried to change. She learned how to clean, wash, and even cook. Her fair and slender fingers had become a little rough, and her once translucent skin had cracked due to the cold. She didn't even dare to show Soren the frostbite. Sometimes, she couldn't help but want to cry when she looked at it. Because she was only a young girl, of course she wanted to see herself beautiful. In the future, when her husband kissed the back of her hand, she wanted his lips to touch the smoothest skin in the world, and not the eye-catching frostbites on it. But she also felt very fulfilled. Days like this sometimes made her feel like she had really grown up. Yes, she was still the princess of Arendelle, one of the two most dazzling pearls. Her palms were not as beautiful as before, and her clothes were a little tattered. Even if she washed them with snow water, they were still a little dirty. Her hair was just a simple ponytail, tied with a white ribbon torn from her clothes. She took off the exquisite and expensive jewelry, only wearing the earrings left by her mother. Occasionally, she would sit by the cave in a daze. The girl's scattered thoughts would think of some ridiculous things, but they didn't seem bad when she thought about it carefully. These thoughts would sometimes make her blush and her heart beat faster. She would also avoid Soren's gaze. In fact, she was also very busy. She had now learned how to cut meat with a knife, how to make a campfire, how much salt to put in when cooking, and how to add extra seasonings to make food more delicious. She had even learned how to sew. In fact, she had learned needlework before. Because she was a princess, she had to be virtuous, noble, and something like that. Anyway, it was the kind that had a lot of compliments. The education that princesses received was very comprehensive, and needlework was definitely included in it. It was just that she used to pass time when she was bored, or embroider some exquisite gifts for her sister in her spare time. Now, she was really mending clothes. She was the princess, the pearl of Arendelle. Even if she were patched clothes, she still looked good. But when she looked at her frozen little hands, she couldn't help but tear up. It hurts. Sora was a little crazy. Maybe it was because of the last ascetic practice. When he focused on something, he seemed to become a little crazy. The speed at which he learned spells could be said to be abnormal. It would take an ordinary wizard nearly a month to learn a level 1 spell, but it only took him one night and one morning. In the following days, his mind was almost full of complicated spell models. He completed the spell structure of levitation at noon on the 3rd day, and then completed the spell structure of fly on the 5th day. It only took him 5.5 days to learn 3 spells. Time passed faster than expected. When Soren memorized fly in his mind, his eyes were full of blood vessels. The long-awaited prompt finally appeared. After practicing levitation, Soren finally mastered the ability spell control. Now that he had learned spell control, he had met the requirements to upgrade his wizard profession. Soren couldn't wait to upgrade his wizard profession to level 6, and then got an additional attribute point and an ability point. He waited until now for spell control, because this ability was the prerequisite for many metamagic abilities. Wizard profession has been upgraded to level 6. Received 25, INT 20 plus, INT 20 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 10, profession HP 4 plus, con 21 to 10, asterisk 05. Received 1 free attribute point. Received 1 ability point. Su'a assigned the attribute points to dexterity without hesitation, and then put all the skill points into literacy. He finally met the requirements to master a metamagic ability. A row of information appeared in front of him. Combat spellcasting proficiency. Wizards gradually improve their abilities through long-term training. Even if they are attacked in battle, their spellcasting will not be easily interrupted. With the improvement of this ability, even if a wizard is directly attacked, they can still successfully cast spells. Once this ability reached a certain level, some sorcerers will be able to cast spells while they were fighting. However, this may require the combination of silent spell release and instant spell release. Focus plus 10. Mobile spellcasting proficiency. Wizards can cast spells while moving under special training. They will not interrupt their spellcasting process while moving and dodging. At the same time, with the increase of the ability's level, wizards can cast spells while flying and moving at high speed. This is one of the abilities that high-grade wizards must master. Otherwise, when using fly, it will cause the spell casting to fail. Focus plus 5. Enhanced spell casting metamagic ability. After wizards master spells, they can use some unique metamagic skills to increase the power of spells. Using these skills will increase the level of spells by an additional level and increase the power of spells by 50%. When using the metamagic ability to memorize spells, wizards need to spend more time to complete the memorization. When casting spells, there will be no difference from the original spell. Prerequisite for maximum spell release. Spell penetration, metamagic ability. Wizards have a deep analysis of their own power. This can strengthen the penetration ability of their spells. No matter if it is a damaging spell or a controlling spell, when triggering a spell strength test, the wizard can get an additional 2 points. The enemy must have a higher level of immunity to resist the spells they cast. Prerequisite for greater spell penetration. The first 2 abilities were basic abilities. As long as they were not mastered, they would always exist. Soren was more concerned about the last 2 abilities. The first was enhanced spellcasting, which could increase the power of spells by 50%. The second was spell penetration, which could increase the difficulty of spellcasting. For example, arcane missile, which could increase the power of spells by 50%. Another example was charm person, which could increase the difficulty of spellcasting by 2 points. These were 2 different options. The first one was the most important ability of the turret style. The 50% damage increase was still very shocking. The second one was the core ability of the control style. No matter if it was charm, control, death, or other spells, they all needed this ability to increase their immunity. Soren did not hesitate for too long. He chose enhanced spellcasting. This ability had the most obvious effect on him. Especially after his spellcasting level increased, the power of 5 arcane missiles was equivalent to 7. 5 arcane missiles. As long as he mastered spellcasting proficiency, he would be able to Now that she had learned flight, it was naturally time to leave. Although Princess Anna wanted to fly back to Arendelle now, she couldn't help but look back at the cave before leaving. She had cleaned it up very well, but she didn't know which creatures would benefit in the end. When he left, Soren saw the footprints of the ice trolls all the way to the opposite mountain. It seemed that the ice Quetzalcoatlus bodies he left behind had benefited them. However, these ice trolls didn't seem to disturb the 2 of them. The snow was still flying. Princess Anna was on her way home today. She looked at Soren beside her, her beautiful eyelashes trembling slightly. Chapter 154. Amidst the snowstorm, Soren held Princess Anna's petite figure and slowly flew up. She seemed to be a little excited, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a mouthful of snow was poured into her mouth. Her little face couldn't help but turn red. Only those who had personally experienced strong winds, storms, and typhoons would understand how it felt to lose cover and be exposed to the wild winds of nature. This was a taboo even for wizards. In fact, Soren's expression was also a little excited because flying was always full of beautiful desires. Their figures rose little by little and gradually flew to a height of hundreds of meters. This height was definitely not enjoyable because without the cover of the mountains, the cold wind became even more biting. The speed of flying was about 30 feet to 120 feet, which was about 10 meters per second to 40 meters per second. There were very few people who could exceed this speed. That was because the human body would not be able to withstand it if it went any faster. This was especially true for adepts, who had relatively weak constitutions. In Soren's memory, there was only one kind of spell that could reach supersonic speed. The name of the spell seemed to be Spirit Flight. It was an unorthodox high-level spell that was very difficult to learn. After casting the spell, the user would turn into a spirit. They would not be able to attack or cast spells, but they would be able to fly faster than the speed of sound. Since Soren didn't master the ability Swift Flight and had just learned the flying spell, his flying speed was actually only about 10 meters per second. It was said that someone once reached a speed of more than 100 meters per second, but it required a lot of abilities to support it and a protection spell because it was equivalent to half the speed of jetliner. Flying was not as safe as one would think, because wizards were most afraid of being cast a dispel spell by the opponent. If the effect of flying was successfully dispelled, the higher you flew, the more miserable you would be when you fell. This was not a joke. Casting a spell at a high altitude required the support of a very powerful basic skill, focus, because casting a spell itself required concentration. If the effect of flying was dispelled and you couldn't cast a spell in the process of falling a high speed, or if you didn't prepare other spells to deal with falling, then the fate waiting for you was to fall into a meat patty. Even if you were a wizard, you would still fall to your death. That was why wizards liked to research teleportation spells and didn't like to put their energy into flying spells. Some high-grade wizards who liked to fly would only enchant special spells, such as Featherwing and Dragonwing. These spells were not exactly safe. If an enemy threw out a disintegrate or rupture spell, they would still be stunned. In essence, fly was definitely not as smooth as blink. In the storyline, there were very few native wizards who could fly. Gloria would rather walk than fly. Subconsciously, she had the same concern. The duration of flight was calculated in minutes. Soren's spell power wasn't high. He had a profession level of 6 and an intelligence bonus of 5, so his spell power was around 11 points. He could sustain fly for 11 minutes and fly for around 6,000 meters. Soren's wizard rank was 6, and he had 2 level 3 spell slots. Together, he could fly 12 kilometers. This distance was more than enough for them to climb over a mountain. There was a strange sound in the sky. Soren seemed to have heard the sound of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. He quickly lowered his altitude a little, and then made a gesture to Princess Anna in his arms to keep quiet. He slowly flew at a low altitude and sneaked over. Fighting the ice Quetzalcoatlus in the air was completely suicidal. There should be more than 1 or 2 groups of Quetzalcoatlus in this area. Fly was very fast in a straight line, and the speed of ascending and descending was halved. Soren quietly flew over, and soon the field in front of him gradually widened. Over the mountains, there was a dense forest, a very dense, snowy forest. Soren was undoubtedly relieved. He quickly lowered his altitude and flew slowly, and then landed after entering the dense forest. He still had to walk, but now the road was much easier. It took him half a day to pass through the dense forest with Princess Anna and gradually entered the area where human activities were. "Come on, put this on." Soren took out a cloak and handed it to Princess Anna. He said in a deep voice, "Don't talk too much on the way, and don't take off the cloak. The chosen of the gods are very difficult to deal with. Maybe they have spies here." Princess Anna nodded gently, then put on the cloak. This was actually the territory of Arendelle, but no one could guarantee that there were no torturers here. As long as there was a specific target, the legendary wizards could come here in a short time. Soren was not sure about the situation in Arendelle. The chosen of the gods was very powerful, and he did not know if the Princess Royal could deal with it. The most appropriate way now was to disguise themselves and go all the way. By the way, they should see the changes in Arendelle. If there were no big movements, they should be safe. After all, according to Soren's past memory, there was indeed not much happening in the Frost Kingdom. The two of them walked all the way along the snow. They slept in the wilderness for a night, then continued for tens of kilometers until they finally saw the outline of town. This is the town of Taradu. Princess Anna recalled and whispered, "If we continue forward, we will be close to the sea. This town seems to be managed by a baron. I can't remember his name." There were many towns under the kingdom of Arendelle, mainly because the area of arable land was not as large as the southern region. The number of large cities was less than 1/5 of the southern region. However, small villages were very rare, mainly because it was difficult to maintain villages in the Frost Kingdom. The monsters here were generally difficult to deal with. It could be seen that something must have happened in the kingdom of Arendelle because Soren saw the guards on guard and the cross erected outside the town. A cross. This was a special symbol. It didn't have a religious significance like it did in his previous life. Instead, it represented a type of punishment. There were only two types of punishments that frequently used the cross. The first was being nailed to the cross, and the second was the familiar burning penalty. These two punishments were rarely used in the kingdom because they were too cruel. The most common punishments were beheading and hanging. Ordinary punishments were either fines, hard labor, or relatively severe whipping. At most, the punishment was to be cut at the waist. The cross was mainly used to punish the fallen, and burning was most commonly used to punish the followers of evil gods. It looks like something has really happened. Soren glanced at the cross from a distance. The blood on it had frozen into ice. It was estimated that someone had been nailed to death. He turned to look at Princess Anna next to him and whispered, "Follow me, don't talk." The guards in the town were on high alert. Soren took Princess Anna forward little by little. Suddenly, there seemed to be a commotion next to him. Everyone nearby retreated in awe. The commotion here attracted the attention of the guards. A security captain who looked like a big man from the north came over. He shouted loudly and waved the whip in his hand. But then his expression became very ugly. His eyes were full of awe as he took a step back and bowed his head slightly to show his humility. It was a woman who appeared. A woman who looked a little evil. Her face was covered with a veil, and her pupils were quite seductive. Her silhouette was somewhat of an Indian woman. Her hair was tied into small braids with many scattered decorations on them. The woman was wearing a black robe with a mark of a skull on the front. This symbol could not be used indiscriminately. If she was not a priest of the god of death, using this symbol would lead to other troubles. But in fact, this woman was not a priest of the god of death, but a priest of another god. There was an emblem on her chest with a blood-red background, with traces of white bones and black antlers. This was a priest of the goddess of misfortune. There were two goddesses among the gods. The first was the goddess of fortune, and the second was the goddess of misfortune. Whether you believed in them or not, it was best to show the appropriate awe after seeing their priests. Because these two goddesses were notoriously difficult to deal with, their personalities and preferences were difficult to judge, and their demand for believers was not high. Among the gods of the whole world, the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune had the fewest priests, because regardless of whether there was a priest to expand the faith, they were one of the two most familiar and most frequently mentioned gods. Even Soren prayed to the goddess of fortune for luck, which showed how special their existence was. The goddess of misfortune was an evil and willful goddess, and her priests were not much better. Because priests were rare, almost none of the priests of the goddess of misfortune were simple characters. Although they could not bring you good luck, they could make you be entangled in misfortune. This was not a joke. The priests of the goddess of misfortune had the ability to reduce luck, which could make you unlucky for a long time. The world was more in awe of this goddess. Soren was also quite afraid of the goddess priest, so when she passed by, he quickly pulled Princess Anna and bowed slightly to show respect. No one wanted to be entangled in misfortune. Things should have been over like this. The priest of the goddess of misfortune walked straight past, and no one dared to stop her, but she stopped in front of Soren. The woman looked at him with strange eyes, then slowly spread out her hands, and the emblems of antlers and bones were engraved on her palms. She slowly said, "The goddess needs you to sacrifice to her." The people around him immediately made way for him. Soren's expression was a little stiff because this move was a bit like he was being blackmailed, and he had to take something out. Princess Anna quietly pulled the corner of his clothes, and Soren did not hesitate much. He quickly took out more than a dozen kindler, and then carefully put them in the palm of the woman's hand and said, "I humbly offer a sacrifice. May the goddess of misfortune watch over my enemy." Chapter 155. The annual ticket for the game category is already about twice as much as the second place. Let's work harder to triple the gap. This ticket is free, and it will be in your account. Please vote. This was a very clever answer. Although the misfortune goddess could not bring good luck to people, she could bring misfortune to people. Therefore, many people worshiped the goddess because of her awe. They prayed that they would not be haunted by misfortune, or that the misfortune goddess would punish their enemies. In ancient times, there was a goddess of luck who was in charge of both luck and misfortune. This powerful goddess fell for some reason. However, two new goddesses were born at the same time from her divided corpse. These two goddesses were the goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune. It was said that the goddess of luck inherited all the fickle character of the previous goddess, so luck always came without warning. The goddess of misfortune inherited all the beauty of the previous goddess. It was said that all men who had seen the goddess of misfortune were either burned to death by their own desire or desperately tried to satisfy every unreasonable whim of the goddess of misfortune. There was even a legend that any woman who saw the goddess of misfortune would immediately fall into a state of madness. Therefore, this goddess was also called the Lady of Misfortune. Most of the priests of the Lady of Misfortune were thieves, assassins, bards, and could also advance to become a special envoy of opportunity. There were many difficult female gods, the most famous of which was the Twin Queen. The Twin Queen referred to the goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune, and the queen was the very familiar Queen of Spiders. Overall, the most difficult to deal with was the Queen of Spiders, because the fickle goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune were qualified to be on the same level as the Queen of Spiders. The goddess of misfortune was half of the Queen of Spiders. Then, the priest of misfortune in front of him was half of Rose's priest. Soren glanced at his target and looked at her slender waist. The goddess of misfortune's favorite weapon was the artifact Misfortune, which was a special nine-tailed whip. That was why most of Lady Calamity's priests were good at using whips. Soren did not know why the goddesses were so stupid as to always use whips in their weapons. The succubus queen had the divine weapon, Lover's Whip, unknown. Lady Tormentor had the divine weapon, Tormentor, nine-tailed whip. Lady Calamity had the divine weapon, Unfortunate Fate, nine-tailed whip, and the Queen of Spiders had the divine weapon, Destructive Fury, nine-tailed whip. You'd better watch out for goddesses with whips. They were the fighting faction among the goddesses, and many gods had died in their hands. The Queen of Succubus had killed 2 generations of Abyss Lords. The Lady of Torment had also killed many weak gods. The Lady of Calamity had killed the God of Rogues, and the Queen of Spiders had God's blood all over her hands. The number of gods who had died in the hands of the Queen of Spiders was close to double digits. Soren was very wary of the priest in front of him. He didn't believe in fate, but he did believe in luck. A piece of good luck could let you break free from death, and a piece of bad luck could push you into the bottomless abyss. Therefore, he quickly offered up the sacrifice, and then said his prayer. The twin of destiny fought their own battles during the turbulent period. Basically, no one dared to find trouble with them. It was just this pair of sisters who wanted to fight to the death. If the goddess of misfortune had not begun to look for allies, it was estimated that the other gods would not have been involved in this battle of luck. Anyway, the divine power of these 2 goddesses was very strange. Sometimes even the great god's luck could be affected. However, in any case, these 2 goddesses were famous for their golden thighs. Although their personalities were capricious when there was a chance to hug them, he still had to be courteous. Even if it couldn't improve his luck, he could still spend money to avoid disasters. The woman with some strange pupils looked at Soren. She looked down at the kindler in her palm, moved her lips slightly, and then put the badge representing the goddess of misfortune on Soren's forehead. She playfully said, "The goddess has taken away your misfortune, but you need to offer more sacrifices to express your sincerity and get the blessing of the goddess of misfortune. The blessing of the goddess of misfortune? When Soren heard this word, he was a little stunned and looked up at the woman in surprise. The priest who dared to say this was not simple. The blessing of the gods was a special kind of blessing. At the very least, the priest of the archbishop level was qualified to represent the blessing of the gods because they had mastered the ability, divine power. The archbishop was a quasi-legendary priest, and legendary priests could also mobilize weak divine power. The priest of misfortune in front of him dared to say this sentence. Did she have the status of an archbishop in the church of the goddess of misfortune? But she didn't look like a legendary priest. The strange woman in front of him was still looking at Soren with a playful expression. Her expression seemed to be interesting. When she saw that Soren was a little hesitant, she seemed to be a little unhappy and wanted to withdraw her hand. Her figure was ready to continue forward. Soren obviously paused for a moment and then hurriedly pulled her back. He gritted his teeth and took out all kinds of gems and gold coins from his multidimensional bag. He took out at least a dozen gems, all of which were reserved for alchemy. They were at least equivalent to the value of thousands of Kindler coins. Seeing these sparkling and translucent gems, the bewitching woman revealed a smile on her face again. She naturally put away these offerings and gave Soren a look, but he was still a little hurt, so he didn't notice it for a while. She had no choice. The strange woman could only tiptoe. There was a difference in height between the two. She was only about 1.65 meters tall. The woman kissed Soren's forehead, then the side of his face, and then whispered in his ear, "The goddess of misfortune has begun to pay attention to your enemies. You have used your sincerity to get the goddess blessing." A faint light appeared on the emblem. It was invisible to the naked eye, but Soren still saw a little bit of it. The strange woman didn't seem to have any intention of staying. After she put away all the gems, she walked forward with a satisfied look. She didn't know why, but before she left, she looked at Princess Anna next to her inexplicably. She left directly like this, and basically no one dared to stop her. The name of the goddess of misfortune was not a joke. Perhaps it was because of the fear of misfortune. The others didn't dare to approach Soren. The guards didn't stop him and let him pass directly. The goddess of misfortune was famous for being vengeful. She had very few priests, and those who dared to attack her priests would definitely be retaliated against. Now that even Soren got some benefits, the group of guards didn't dare to question him. Princess Anna's expression was still okay. She blinked her beautiful big eyes, leaned in front of Soren, and whispered, "It seems that she really is a high-grade priest of the goddess of misfortune. You definitely won't encounter misfortune in the future. Our luck is really good. A priest of the Twin of Destiny is very rare. I was also blessed by a priest of the goddess of misfortune when I was very young. I haven't seen them since then." Soren couldn't help but be stunned. Then he frowned slightly, pulled Princess Anna forward, and at the same time said in a deep voice, "You were blessed by a priest of the goddess of misfortune?" "Yes." The girl nodded naturally, then smiled and said, "It seems that my sister specially invited them. What a coincidence. Now you are also blessed by a priest of the goddess of misfortune." "No." Princess Anna's slow head finally turned and murmured, "The goddess of misfortune? The goddess of misfortune?" The two of them sped up as they walked forward. There were some customs in this world that were almost everywhere. For example, when a newborn was born, they would generally pray to many gods. These gods were not only good, but there were also evil existences like the goddess of misfortune. Parents would offer sacrifices to pray that their children would be lucky, and, at the same time, pray that misfortune would not fall on their children. This was a kind of worship full of reverence. However, if there was a priest of a god present in this ceremony, the other parts of the ceremony would be canceled because the realm of the gods covered each other. Therefore, if there was a priest of the goddess of misfortune present, there would never be a ceremony to worship the goddess of misfortune. There was no trace of the strange woman in front of them. Soren and Princess Anna couldn't find her. She just walked in the crowd and quickly disappeared. Princess Anna's expression was a little hesitant as she murmured, "This shouldn't mean anything, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence?" Although the goddess of misfortune is not kind, she can indeed bless people. Soren seemed to be a little silent. If all this was a coincidence, he couldn't be sure because so many people stopped in front of him. The goddess of misfortune and the goddess of good fortune had been fighting for thousands of years. If Princess Anna was really blessed by the goddess of good fortune, then she definitely had the aura of good fortune. Soren couldn't see this aura, but the priest of the goddess of misfortune definitely could. Maybe she really just happened to pass by here, but the act of blessing Soren didn't seem to be just a coincidence. What was her purpose? Hero's luck, aura of good fortune, blessing of misfortune. Soren checked his data display and found that there was really an extra ability, which was a special ability of background. Blessing of the goddess of misfortune. Blessing of the goddess of misfortune, special ability. You have received the blessing of the goddess of misfortune. Your luck will not be reduced below the average level. You will be immune to any spells that bring misfortune, such as disaster, misfortune, and so on. At the same time, your enemy will be watched by the goddess of misfortune. When any judgment occurs, you will receive a deduction of 1 point of misfortune. These judgments include attack, hit, evasion, immunity, and so on. Note, you have entered the sight of the most capricious goddess of misfortune. Pray for yourself. Unlucky. Chapter 156. I really got the blessing ability. Soren stared at the crowd, but he could no longer see the woman. Who is she? The blessing ritual shouldn't be that simple, right? Just a kiss on my forehead, then a kiss on the side of my face, and a few words? Soren remembered that he had received the blessings of the Queen of Spiders and the Goddess of Wealth. Both rituals didn't seem that simple. The Queen of Spiders' blessing ritual was completed by Loltha's priests, and there were also some evil and taboo rituals to please the Queen of Spiders. After completing this relatively depraved ritual, the Queen of Spiders would bless the target. The Queen of Spiders must be pleased. The Goddess of Wealth's ritual was a little simpler. She either had to make a corresponding contribution or give a large amount of money. The blessings of the gods weren't as powerful as one would think, but they were definitely not weak either. The most basic blessing was the immunity bonus. Most gods could give an additional 1 point in judgment. Then there were other bonuses after the blessing, depending on the clergy's abilities. For example, Soren's current blessing was immunity to misfortune. The Goddess of Wealth blessing was a trade bonus, as well as some clergy's trading privileges. The Church of Wealth had a strong control over trade. The most powerful blessings of the gods were the few that could increase one's attributes. Soren's deepest memory was the Succubus Queen's blessing. It could increase attributes by 2 to 4 points, and any judgment, including attack, accuracy, evasion, and endurance, would have an additional 4 points in blasphemy. This special blessing seemed to be called Queen's Kiss. However, it seemed to have a very high price. After all, pleasing the Succubus Queen was much more difficult than pleasing the Queen of Spiders. There was a certain price to pay for blasphemy. The Queen of Spiders' blessings also had blasphemy bonuses, and it required an evil, depraved ritual. Divine blessing, blasphemy ritual, he didn't know why, but all the blessings given by the evil gods were very high, and the blessings given by the good gods were very little, unless one became a chosen or a favored. Soren suspected that he had met the incarnation of the gods. If the gods gave up fighting against the energy storm and directly separated their clergy, then they could fall to the mortal world ahead of time. Generally, no gods would do this. They were also very clear that it was very dangerous to come to the mortal world. However, if it was the goddess of misfortune, there would not be such a worry. There were almost no legendary professions who could kill her. It was more difficult for non-gods to deal with her than to deal with gods with great divine power. This was because misfortune could destroy a large group of enemies. His enemies suddenly came knocking on his door, and he encountered a monster the moment he stepped out of his house. He accidentally offended other legends. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. No matter how one looked at it, Misfortune was too supernatural. Not many people were willing to take the risk. However, if Soren had met an incarnation of a god, the blessings would have been more than that. A god's personal blessings were equivalent to the treatment of a god's chosen. Usually, the blessings would come with additional attributes. That woman might be the chosen one or the chosen one of the goddess of misfortune. He could not rule out the possibility that she was possessed by the goddess. He just did not know why she would bless him and come to the Frost Kingdom at this time. The gods of the Chaos faction had a headache. The members of the Order faction had their own set of rules, but the members of the Chaos faction acted according to their own preferences. The more chaotic they were, the harder it was to judge their actions with common sense. She might even destroy a town on a whim or something she didn't like, or cause a calamity to befall a certain place. Lady Calamity's reputation had been built up in this way. Soren did not dwell on it for too long. It would gradually become very common to meet legends. Chosen one, chosen one, chosen one, son of God, and even the incarnation of a god or a saint. Basically, every god would have their own chosen one and chosen one. There were at least 2 or 3 legendary professions in the church. The special situation of the time of troubles forced all these people to come out. If it was during normal times, they would definitely stay in their own territory. For example, if no one disturbed them, these liches could quietly study for hundreds of years. As long as there was no other purpose or lack of materials, they hardly went out. Speaking of liches, in Soren's memory, there should be a lich about to come out. It was a very powerful shadow lich. It killed the chosen one of the current god of rogues, and then had a fight with the lesser divine power. The outcome did not seem to be clear. Anyway, in Soren's memory, the god of rogues did not die in the hands of the shadow lich. After the appearance of this lich, it was almost time for the Queen of Spiders to appear. The insidious and powerful Queen of Spiders sensitively perceived that this was an important opportunity. She actually took the initiative to give up her priesthood to come to the mortal world, and then began to plan in advance to deal with the time of troubles with the drows under her control in the Underdark. This woman was not simple. If there was any god that Soren was afraid of, the Queen of Spiders was probably the only one. She even left a doppelganger in the abyss to make the other gods think that she was still fighting against the energy storm to ensure that she would not fall to the material plane. But in fact, she had already secretly entered the mortal world. It was not until halfway through the time of troubles that the other gods found out that she had already woven a huge spider web in a mortal world. At that time, the Queen of Spiders had become the hunter, and the other gods had become her prey. The coquettish Black Widow. This was a special code that represented the mark of the incarnation of the Queen of Spiders. Only the most devout fanatics knew about her arrival. Fortunately, it was not the Queen of Spiders. Soren quickly left the town with Princess Anna. As they got closer and closer to Arendelle, they could feel the slight sea breeze and the faint smell of the sea in the air. Arendelle was a large city built by the sea, and it was also the most prosperous city in the Frost Kingdom. Soren also saw other crosses and fleets coming and going in the distance. Merchants rarely went to the Frost Kingdom from a land. They would worship the sea goddess, the Storm Lord, or all of them before leaving. Worship of the gods was a very serious matter. A large-scale sacrifice would even attract the attention of the gods. They would cast their eyes here and then give the rewards that the sacrifice deserved. This was a divine mark that could make the monsters in the sea not dare to attack the fleet. As long as they were not so unlucky as to encounter a sea monster, the journey would be relatively smooth. Even if they encountered a storm, they might survive, provided that they worshipped the Storm Lord. Orthodox worship of the gods required at least thousands of kindlers' offerings, and it was not held many times a year. Princess Anna looked a little excited. Maybe it was because after so long, she could finally go home. Soren became more and more serious and cautious. He looked into the distance and stopped and said, "If I were the chosen of the goddess of torture, I would ambush near Arendelle and monitor where you might appear. After all, you still have to find a way to come back." In other words, the safest place may be the most dangerous place. Princess Anna could not help but feel a chill in her heart and murmured, "What should I do then?" Soren took her to the side of the road and said in a deep voice, "Do you have any way to contact the Princess Royal? With her wisdom, she will certainly notice this. What I'm worried about is that if we encounter the Chosen, we will have no chance to escape. Before the Princess Royal comes, they will catch us. To be honest, in the face of an enemy above the legendary level, I have almost no chance to make a move. There was no way to fight. An instant cast Finger of Death, an instant cast Hold, or even an instant cast Charm spell could all end Soren's life here. The threshold of the legendary realm was too difficult to cross. Princess Anna was obviously aware of this, and her face became a little worried. Because in the worst-case scenario, even if they met the people who came to pick them up, if the Elder Princess was not present or other legendary professions were not present, the other party could kill them in an instant, or take Princess Anna away, and then open a portal to leave. Who would be able to stop her then? Soren had always been a very cautious person and liked to expect the worst first. It was always better to be prepared. There were many things that couldn't be done recklessly and risked one's life. Suddenly, Princess Anna seemed to think of something, and her eyes lit up. "I got it. When I was a child, if I was in a bad mood or felt very uncomfortable, as long as I thought of my sister in my heart, and she was not too far away from me, she might feel it. Maybe this can let my sister find us in advance. As long as she knows where we are, she will definitely come to pick me up." Telepathy? There seemed to be a distance limit, right? There might be telepathy between sisters, but that kind of vague feeling seemed to be unable to determine the location, right? However, since the Princess Royal was the legendary Destiny Warlock, maybe she really had a way to find them. If not, she could use the prophecy spell to locate them. As long as there was a vague direction, she should be able to easily find the two of them. Princess Anna really did what she said. She immediately sat on the ground, a little like kneeling, and said seriously, "Sister, come and save me. Sister, come and take me home. Sister, Anna really misses you." This scene was so beautiful that it made people want to laugh. Soren wanted to laugh at first, but gradually his expression became serious because Princess Anna's look became more and more solemn and even a little pious. What kind of telepathy was this? It was clearly praying to the gods. Chapter 157. The wind and snow around them trembled slightly. Soren held his curved sword vigilantly. Princess Anna seemed to become more devout, and her expression was a little excited. Little sparkling snowflakes appeared out of thin air, dancing together with the cold wind, and turned into an existence that looked almost identical to Princess Anna, but had a completely different temperament. She was more mature than Princess Anna, and her figure was taller and more voluptuous. Even if she had no expression, people could not help but feel a sense of superiority. Anna, Princess Royal, gently landed from the wind and snow. Her clothes did not flutter at all, which made Soren squint slightly. Sister, Princess Anna couldn't help but stand up. She opened her hands and wanted to hug the elder princess, but then she remembered something. She couldn't help but slow down and gently touch her hand. The elder princess's fingers turned into snowflakes and then quickly returned to their original appearance. What? Soren's eyes showed a hint of shock. What appeared was not Princess Royal's real body, but an ice and snow avatar she made with some special power. The wizard's level 7 spell was projection, and a level 8 spell was simulacrum, but none of them could be as amazing as Princess Royal's. She appeared here directly, but her real body was still in Arendelle. This was not just a spell, it might even have penetrated some kind of law. It was estimated that the avatar of a god would be no more than this. Was she a human or a god? Princess Royal's eyes fell on Soren. As if she had seen something, she could not help but frown slightly. She gently stretched out her hand and slowly said, "Anna, I'll take you back now. It's still dangerous outside. Get ready to enter the portal." The sound of a spell was faintly heard. A portal made of ice and snow appeared in front of the two people. Soren was already a little dumbfounded. Princess Royal had completely overturned his previous understanding. It was estimated that the gods and saints who came to the mortal world and fought against a large group of legends could only do this. Were mandate warlocks really that powerful? Princess Anna reacted quickly. She reached out and grabbed Soren and then entered the portal. Space began to distort. It was a very uncomfortable feeling because moving across space was not comfortable. Fortunately, the time was very short. After a slight shake, Soren was pulled by Princess Anna to the top of a magnificent castle. In front of them was another Princess Royal. This time, it was not an incarnation because she had the aura of a living person. She slowly opened her eyes. Her blue pupils were dreamy and blurred, as if they could make people lose themselves in them. She gently spread out her arms and hugged her. "Anna, sister." Princess Anna rushed in at once. Princess Royal hugged the girl in front of her and turned her head to look at Soren. She frowned slightly and said, "Captain, send this guest to rest. I want to talk to my sister for a while." She was not angry. The moment Soren saw Princess Royal, he could not help but tremble. He had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to bow down and worship her. Princess Royal just stood there quietly, like a queen overlooking the world. She clearly had the same face as Princess Anna, but she was as beautiful as a dream goddess. Just a glance at her was enough to make people's minds tremble. Soren bit the tip of his tongue slightly. His heart was already in turmoil. He secretly said, "What a high charm. This is definitely more than 30 points of charm. It has begun to affect my mind. What amazing charm." It gave people the illusion that they were looking at a natural king. It was almost to the level of interference with matter. Legend has it that the queen of succubus in the abyss, as long as someone saw her face, they had to go through a legendary level charm spell. If they could not pass, their mind would be affected by the queen of succubus. This special divine domain was called seductive beauty. There was also the supreme god of the nature god system in the past, the legendary goddess of nature. She also had this ability, but her divine domain was called nature's beauty, which also had a legendary level of will. Soren clearly felt that from the first time he saw her, his will was forced to go through a test. He passed, but he did not dare to look at her again because he was worried that he would have to go through another will test, unless he was willing to succumb to Princess Royal's charm. She obviously did not have the ability to cast any spells. She just naturally appeared in front of him, and it already had such an effect. This reminded Soren of a saying, "Never look directly at the face of those gods who are famous for their charm. Your mind will be affected by their beauty." The current representative gods were two. One was the queen of succubus, and the other was the goddess of love. The two sisters whispered something to each other. Princess Royal moved her finger slightly, and Soren could not hear any sound. A dignified court lady came over, bowed slightly, and said, "This way, please. Her Majesty the Queen asked me to treat you well. We have prepared a room for you. You can rest there. Thank you very much for bringing Princess Anna back safely. Her Majesty the Queen will give you the reward you deserve tomorrow." Soren frowned slightly, then bowed slightly to Princess Royal and followed the court lady out. This doesn't seem to be friendly. Princess Royal didn't even want to say a word to me? Wasn't this attitude a little too cold? Huh? Princess Anna, who had said a lot, finally came back to her senses. She held Princess Royal's white fingers and said happily, "This time it's all thanks to Soren. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have been caught by those bad guys. Sister, you must reward him well." Huh? Where is Soren? Princess Royal's mouth showed a rare, gentle smile. She reached out and stroked Princess Anna's long hair and said slowly, "I think he's very tired. Let the guard take him to rest. If there's anything you want to tell him, you can tell him later. Now you must be tired. Shall I take you back to your room to have a good rest?" Princess Anna found that she was really sleepy. She had hardly had a good rest these days. When she finally returned to Arendelle, she suddenly felt tired. She wanted to take a bath immediately and have a good sleep on the soft bed. Sister was right. She was really tired now, and her body was dirty. She should take a bath first, then sleep, and then show Soren what she really looked like. I'm a princess. He always treats me like a little girl in the countryside. I'm so cute and moving, but he doesn't look at me seriously at all. Princess Anna thought for a while, then followed Princess Royal into the palace. The furnishings around were so luxurious. Exquisite murals and sculptures, soft plush carpets, and crystal lamps hung above. The wealth, accumulated by Arendelle for thousands of years, made every corner of the palace show the most luxurious wealth in the world. Princess Royal asked someone to take Princess Anna to bathe and change clothes, but she came to the hall of the palace. The guard captain who took Soren away was already here. She bowed her head slightly. Arendelle did not have the etiquette of kneeling. On formal occasions, they only knelt on one knee. Usually, they just bowed their heads to show respect. The guard captain quietly walked to the Princess Royal's side and whispered, "I've already let him live in the side hall." He refused to serve the maids. It seems like he's an adventurer who knows how to restrain himself. Princess Royal's expression was a little inexplicable, and she said slowly, "I smell fear and doom on him. This man is not simple. There's too much blood and slaughter on him. Get someone to prepare a reward tomorrow morning, then send him out of here." The guard captain nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Princess Royal hesitated a little, reached out and rubbed her forehead and said, "After all, he saved Anna. The reward can be more generous. Let someone go to the treasury and choose 1 or 2 legendary equipment. I don't think an adventurer like him cares so much about monetary rewards." The guard captain was a little stunned and then said, "Yes, Your Majesty. You may leave." Princess Royal waved her hand gently, then walked to the balcony of the castle, looked at the mountains covered with snow in the distance, and murmured, "The gods have begun to appear. The Winter Maiden has come to the mortal world in person. The gods have lost contact. What does this mean? A mortal with the smell of fear and the blessing of Lady Calamity. We must not let him get too close to Anna. Lady Calamity itself represents misfortune. People who can be blessed by her must bring disaster. The trajectory of his fate seemed to be filled with endless blood and slaughter. Destiny. Why is it that the closer we are to fate, the more we see, the more confused we are? Is there a fate in this world? Or is it that our fate is constantly changing? Princess Royal's figure slowly disappeared. The next moment, she appeared outside a room. Inside was a natural hot spring. Arendelle had the best natural hot spring in the world. The hot spring was brought to the palace by Top Alchemy. Every year, more than 10,000 kindlers were spent to maintain it. There were hot springs flowing here all year round. Princess Anna's favorite thing was to soak in it and sleep with her eyes closed. The room was filled with water vapor, and one could vaguely see the palace maids serving Princess Anna to bathe and change clothes. The girl's white and round toes tapped in the bath, and then slowly walked in with a sigh of satisfaction. Princess Royal showed a faint smile and gently took off her long dress. Chapter 158. Phew! Soren soaked his whole body in the hot spring and let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last enjoyed a bath like this. Along the way, he didn't even take a shower, let alone soak in a luxurious bath. The white marble bath was 10 meters wide, with lines carved by top craftsmen to prevent people from slipping on it. Above his head was a bright crystal lamp, which was a masterpiece of alchemy. It was estimated that only the palace could afford to use it. At the top of the bathtub was a statue of a goddess. She was covered in gauze, revealing her beautiful body. She held up her hands and spread them out, and a clear, hot spring gushed out. This seemed to be the statue of the goddess of river and spring water. Probably only the royal family of Arendelle would put her next to the bathtub. The bath had a special design. The hot spring inside was running water, and the water flow was constant. It flowed almost all year round. Next to it was a luxurious bed, with 2 beautiful maids standing on the left and right, holding an expensive silk robe in their hands. The warm water washed away his tiredness, and Soren felt lazy. Unfortunately, he didn't stay in it for long, because he eventually had to return to his original path. He didn't want to indulge in pleasure. When he stood up from the bathtub, the two maids walked over with blushing faces. Then, they helped him put on a silky robe on each side. One of them led him to lie down on the bed, and then the other stretched out her fingers and gently patted him on the back. This was a special massage technique, very professional. It made Soren feel that his blood was flowing. They should be specially trained maids. It felt really comfortable. The two maids rubbed and pressed with their slender little hands, and from time to time, they would press on some acupoints. This technique first came from the temple, and then gradually spread among the nobles. Soren's breathing gradually evened out, and his body was more relaxed than ever because he was now in a very safe environment. The Princess Royal would not hurt the person who saved her sister, even if her attitude was not very friendly. Soren, who had relaxed, quickly fell asleep. The maids on both sides raised their hands and gently wiped his sweat. They then looked at each other and brought a soft velvet quilt from another room to cover him. This was not a guest room for rest, but a place for massage and rest. But since he was already asleep, there was no need to disturb him. The night passed quickly. Princess Royal walked out in a snow-white nightgown. The exquisite lace skirt trailed on the floor, and her silky silver hair hung down. She looked less fierce and more gentle, like a goddess who had just woken up. The maid who was on night watch outside stood up, squatted down slightly and bowed. "Your Majesty, do you want to shower and change?" Princess Royal gently shook her head and slowly said, "No need. Is that person up yet? Have the head of the Imperial bodyguards come here." The maid quickly acknowledged and left. After a while, the guard captain from yesterday came over. She bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, what orders do you have?" The eldest princess looked at her and slightly knit her brows as she said, "Have someone prepare a reward and then send that person away. Anna said his name hundreds of times last night. I'm worried that she's too young and will easily fall in love with someone because of this. She's the princess of Arendelle and will be the queen of Arendelle in the future. That adventurer's identity is too strange. He has a murderous aura that makes me feel uneasy, and it can't be too close to such a person. How could the future queen of Arendelle be too close to an adventurer with doom, fear, and murderous aura? Such a person's hands were almost stained with blood. Wherever he went, there would be a storm of blood. Princess Royal shook her head firmly and said, "Reward him more, and then send him away." The guard captain took the order and left. Princess Royal seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then said, "Let someone give him that weapon. I think he likes to use curved swords. This is a reward for saving Anna." Outside the room, Soren woke up because of the footsteps outside. The other party seemed to have been here for a while, but did not leave. She just waited quietly outside, but judging from her breathing, she was in a hurry. Several times, she raised her hand and wanted to knock on the door. He slowly sat up, then reached out and touched the soft and comfortable silk robe on his body. Then there was a bitter smile on his face, but there was not much anger in his expression. It was just dawn, and someone couldn't wait to wake him up. It was self-evident what it meant. Princess Royal did not welcome him. Soren took off his robe and put on the rough cloth and leather armor. He looked at the luxurious room in front of him and murmured, "After this crisis, I'll prepare a room like this for Vivian in the future." This was the life Vivian should have. Instead of following him to wander from place to place, trekking through thousands of miles of wind and snow, weary and exhausted from the hardships of wind and snow. An 8-year-old girl, but she had never enjoyed a real life. In fact, she had been living a hard life. Although she never complained, Soren quickly changed his clothes and then slowly opened the door. Outside the door was the dignified guard captain. Her expression was a little surprised, and when she saw Soren's clothes, she was even more surprised, because it meant that he had guessed the queen's intention. She was a very powerful adventurer, and she had already noticed that Princess Royal wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Behind her were two maids carrying delicate trays. On one of the trays was a scimitar. The exquisite scabbard showed that it was extraordinary. On the other tray was a pair of black silk gloves. There were strange inscriptions on the gloves. It seemed to be something extraordinary as well. Her Majesty asked me to. Just as the guard captain was about to speak, Soren interrupted her. In fact, he was not happy, but he was not angry. He reached out and picked up the curved sword. His fingers stroked the scabbard, and then he pulled it out with a clang. The silver-white blade shone with a faint light. He gently cut his finger, and a trace of blood immediately gushed out. Then a wisp of frost appeared on his palm. It was indeed a legendary curved sword. It seemed that Princess Royal was not a mean person. It was just that she did not want him to get close to Princess Anna. I know. Soren looked at the guard captain, reached out, and put away the curved sword. Then he picked up the glove on the other tray and said expressionlessly, I will leave soon, and I will not disturb Princess Anne again. The guard captain was speechless. His words made her unable to say what Princess Royal had secretly told her. Obviously, it made her feel a little embarrassed. After all, he also risked his life to save Princess Anna. Soren glanced at the glove and gently put on. Princess Royal was indeed the Queen of Arendelle. She actually gave him 2 pieces of legendary equipment, and they were very rare legendary equipment. Item type, Icing Death +2, item grade. Grade 2 legendary item. Item description. This is a weapon with a legendary history. Its former owner once took it into the abyss of hell. Its blade was stained with the blood of demons and devils, and there was a faint whisper of the souls of the dead. This was a curved sword forged with a northern ice casting process. Mithril was infiltrated during the forging process, which made the blade lighter than other weapons while maintaining its toughness and sharpness. This weapon condenses the power of ice. When it hits the enemy, it will cause them to suffer ice damage. Requirements: Strength 10 or more, Strength requirement -2. Equipment effect: Mithril characteristic, Ice casting characteristic, +5 sharpness, +5 penetration, +3 toughness, +2 armor break, +3 ice damage. Weapon special effect: Icing Death. After this weapon hits a weak enemy, there is a certain chance of directly freezing the blood of the weak enemy, causing the enemy with the highest HP of less than 20 to die directly. Weapon characteristic: Sharpness. In battle, this weapon has a certain chance of cutting off any non-rare weapon. Any weapon below legendary has a small chance of being cut off by it. It was a very powerful legendary curved sword. It was almost comparable to the 2 that Soren had forged in the Underdark. Princess Royal was very sincere in rewarding him, but her attitude towards Soren was not good. She had not even said a word to him until now. Item type: Battlemaster Gloves +1. Item grade: Grade 1 legendary item. Item description: A legendary item made with extraordinary spider silk. It uses special enchantment to activate a small dimensional space. The spider silk itself is extremely tough and can withstand most attacks without the slightest damage. It can also deflect some damage. It is very light and thin, like a thin layer of skin on the hand. It will not affect any battle at all. Equipment requirements: None. Equipment effect: Toughness +1, Deflection +1. Item special effect: 1 meter storage. When Soren put on this pair of gloves, the curved sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, and then a flying sword appeared in his hand. Then a curved sword appeared in his left hand, then a curved sword appeared in his right hand, and then it immediately became a flying sword. The rarest storage equipment in the world. It was even more valuable than a storage ring, because only adventurers who were proficient in battle would know how much more useful storage gloves were than a storage ring. Such an extraordinary item could allow them to change weapons at will. It was almost invincible in battle. The true value of this equipment was even more expensive than the legendary curved sword. The value of both equipment was almost comparable to a low-level noble title and a territory that was rewarded for generations. Soren nodded silently. He turned around and glanced at the palace, then walked out. This was not a place where he should stay. The wind and snow shrouded his figure. He still had a long way to go. Before leaving, he saw the elder princess on the balcony. She was still so beautiful and noble, and still so high and mighty. Soren bowed slightly to show his respect, and then left without looking back. He felt uncomfortable, but he was not angry because he felt that Princess Royal was a bit like him. She was so careful to protect Princess Anna, which reminded Soren of his own Vivian. If he were in Princess Royal's perspective, he would not want Vivian to get too close to those bloody adventurers, since she could quietly enjoy the comfortable life of a princess. Why let her get close to those adventurers who were always surrounded by blood and killing? Maybe one day, such people would die somewhere. It was so common for adventurers to be buried in the wilderness. Soren's figure gradually faded away. The wind and snow in the sky gradually shrouded him. The guards in the palace looked up at the sky, and then looked at the position of Princess Royal. If Her Majesty was not in a good mood, then snowflakes might fall from Arendelle. Princess Royal was a very restrained person. Outsiders rarely had the chance to see the emotions in her heart from her face. She was always the gentle and kind Her Majesty. Even in the face of the poor in the kingdom, she could smile and look at them. She was so loved by Arendelle. Princess Royal had been watching Soren leave. When he was about to walk out of the gate of the palace, she sighed softly. "Sister." Just as Princess Royal was about to go back, Princess Anna's voice suddenly sounded. She was wearing a lovely snow-white nightgown, rubbing the corners of her eyes with her small hands, and walked out barefoot. As if she was still a little confused, she muttered, "I just dreamed that Soren suddenly left. Where is he? I want to see him." Princess Royal's expression froze for a moment, and the snowflakes in the sky seemed to stop for a moment. She sighed faintly and said slowly, "He's gone." "What?" Princess Anna's eyes suddenly widened, and then a trace of moisture appeared in her beautiful big eyes. She sobbed as if she had been wronged, and then ran out of the palace barefoot without a word, leaving behind the elder princess with a face full of astonishment and a young maid who was holding exquisite crystal shoes in her hand and shouting loudly, "Your Royal Highness, you haven't worn shoes yet." The girl slid down the spiral stairs like a gust of wind, then lifted the corner of her nightgown with both hands and ran barefoot. After rushing out of the gate, she pushed aside the guards next to her, then turned over and rode a snow-white horse and galloped towards the gate of the palace. Behind her was Princess Royal, who was still in shock and had not yet woken up from the sudden change, and the young maid who was holding the crystal shoes and standing at the door, panting. Princess Anna galloped to the gate of the palace, and the nearby guards had already stopped in front of the palace gate. She sobbed softly, feeling wronged and uncomfortable. She dismounted from her horse and pushed them away as if she was angry. Then, she ran barefooted up the stairs to the walls of the palace. In the distance, she could vaguely see a distant figure, but it was obscured by the wind and snow. "So, Ren." Princess Anna put her small hands in front of her mouth to amplify her voice, and tears flowed down from her beautiful big eyes. She didn't know why she felt very wronged and uncomfortable in her heart. She looked at the figure that was gradually moving away in the wind and snow, and suddenly shouted, "Soren, I like you. Do you dare to marry me?" There was dead silence in the palace. Only Princess Anna's voice still echoed in the wind and snow. Princess Royal opened her mouth in surprise and stayed motionless in place. Her expression seemed to be frightened. In the wind and snow, the figure that was gradually moving away suddenly stiffened and then stopped in place. He could vaguely see that he had turned around and then slightly bowed, placing his palm on his heart. This was an ancient knight's salute. Princess Anna's eyes were still dripping with tears. She stood on the wall of the palace, and her petite figure trembled slightly in the cold wind. She shouted with all her strength, "Soren, I'll be 16 next year. You must marry me when I'm an adult." Sob. Princess Anna finally cried out. She pushed away the frightened guards around her, then wiped the corners of her eyes and ran into the palace. She was the princess of Arendelle. She would also be the queen of Arendelle in the future. She didn't really know what love was, let alone love, but there was an impulse in her heart. She felt so uncomfortable in her heart, and some things were even more uncomfortable if she didn't say them out loud. She was Princess Anna, She was a princess who dared to take responsibility for her actions. Others may not understand her courage, but she was really brave. She also had the pride of a princess because she asked Soren if he dared to marry her. This was a very heavy responsibility. She was one of the two pearls of Arendelle, the future queen. She was not an ordinary girl. Marrying her required not only strength, but also great courage. She was also a traditional girl, because what she wanted was not a love relationship. She followed the ancient tradition of Arendelle. She was very simple, because she thought that if she liked someone, she should enter the sacred marriage hall. So she shouted to the person she liked, "Do you dare to marry me?" She was a brave girl, but in fact, she was also very scared. She was Anna, one of the two pearls of Arendelle, the most dazzling princess. She may not be strong, or the most beautiful princess, or even very smart, but she was her. She was the one and only Princess Anna. P.S. Originally, this was going to be written in 2 chapters, but I'm afraid you'll go crazy and smash my window, so I'll just stick to 1 chapter. After writing it, I actually felt a sense of exhaustion. I don't know how it went, but I should have done my best. Finally, please reward me. Please give me monthly votes. Please give me monthly votes. There are 2 more today. Chapter 159. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. It was as heavy as Soren's mood at the moment. His steps were heavy, and so was his heart. He had always been a very subjective person, but today he was really confused. His heart seemed to be heavy, and some kind of repressed emotion made him a little breathless. He tightened his cloak and walked step by step into the heavy snow. Snowflakes fell on him, and soon his shoulders were white. Soren raised his hand to shake off the snow on his body, turned his head, and silently looked at the palace of Arendelle. He stood in a corner where people could not see him for a long time, then turned and entered a white world. Vivian was still waiting for him. It was almost impossible for him to marry the princess of Arendelle, the future queen, because Vivian was the child of fear and might become the Dread Lord in the future. Unless he was willing to let Vivian face all this alone, he was bound to go further and further on the path of the Dread Lord. At that time, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be enemies of the whole world. Even if he helped Vivian defeat the Dread Lord in the end, the evil gods would covet Vivian's divine power, and the good gods would try to eliminate the Dread Lord once and for all. Vivian's path was destined to be full of thorns and blood. Otherwise, he would not have prepared for the worst in his heart to transform into a shadow lich. Soren performed an ancient knight's salute. It did not mean anything, but it was just a promise from a guardian knight. When she needed it, he would stand behind her. The snow was still flying. In this snow-covered world, Soren saw 2 lines in his eyes. One rose to the top of the throne. She would become the ruler of Arendelle, the queen who was supported by all people. The shadow of the gods stood behind her, protecting her kingdom and protecting her. The other fell to the bottomless abyss. The road he walked would be covered with blood, and the bones of countless enemies would accumulate into stairs. In the vast white bones, he would step into the bottom of the abyss, where a battle awaited him. For Vivian, Soren was willing to give up his life, but he wouldn't stop here. Although his heart was so heavy, the world was shrouded in a bone-chilling coldness. The curved sword at Soren's waist glowed. When he pulled out the legendary curved sword named Icing Death, a cold light seemed to spread from it. It looked so dazzling, but its temperature was so bone-chilling. The curved sword seemed to have a spirit, and it could feel the heaviness in Soren's heart. The mountains in the distance gradually appeared. Soren's footsteps did not slow down at all. He quietly walked past one town after another, heading towards the north. His appearance was completely different from before. He wore a black robe and held a wooden staff in his hand. On the outside was a large gray cloak. No weapons could be seen, only a pair of exquisite black gloves on his hands. His face was a little thin, and one could vaguely see the stubble of his beard. His pupils were deep and still, full of determination when he looked ahead. The way he dressed made him look like a traveling wizard, which allowed him to avoid most of the trouble. No one would dare to disturb a traveling wizard. Arendelle was getting farther and farther away, but the girl's gaze seemed to be behind him. Occasionally, Soren's mind would come to her tearful face. It was really beautiful. The idea of marrying a woman as his wife came to his mind for the first time. It was difficult to describe the feeling in words, but it was really touching. He passed through a forest, walked across a frozen river, and climbed over towering snow mountains. Occasionally, some monsters would disturb him, but they would be killed by spells before they could get close. He looked like a real wizard, following his own path to his destination. The snowstorm lasted for 3 days before it stopped. Soren had come to the ice mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles. He moved along a small path, using levitate and fly to hurry on his way, crossing these mountains that were like natural strongholds. Time passed little by little. He didn't travel much every day because he encountered many powerful creatures, such as the ice Quetzalcoatlus near the mountains, the huge ice sculptures, the earth dragon that was as heavy as a mammoth, the earth spirit bear that was scattered all over the place, and many other powerful monsters that he was familiar with. They were distributed here in groups, dangerous and deadly. Soren even had to use invisibility to escape several times. The cruel environment made them gather together. Here, the earth spirit bear and the ice trolls could even form tribes. These creatures hunted each other and struggled to survive in this ice and snow mountain. The temperature gradually increased. This mountain range blocked the cold wind from the Frost Kingdom. The greenery in front of him gradually increased. Soren knew that he was close to the north. Across here was the north, the territory ruled by the witches. The forest in front of him was getting thicker and thicker, and the mountains were behind him. Soren walked in the thick forest and entered the area of human activity little by little. Who is it? A middle-aged man dressed as a hunter appeared in front. He held a hunting bow in his hand and aimed at this side. When he saw Soren's appearance, he immediately withdrew his bow in fear. Then he bowed slightly to show respect and said, "Your Excellency." "Sir Wizard, I didn't know it was you. Please forgive my offense." This was the north. This was the territory of the northern witches. Here, the status of wizards was very high. Soren lowered his cloak slightly, looked at him faintly, and asked, "Where is this?" "I just came here through the mountains." The middle-aged hunter looked at the ice and snow mountain in the distance, and the awe in his eyes became more obvious. He whispered, "This is the territory of River Valley City. From here, walk 100 miles south, and you will reach River Valley City." Soren nodded gently, walked past him, and headed south. After he walked past, the middle-aged hunter breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had collapsed. Then, he hurriedly ran towards the village. It was not a good thing to encounter a wizard in the wild. Wizards were some people with strange tempers. They were very powerful and very dangerous. If you angered them, they could easily take your life. He was just an ordinary person, so naturally, he was afraid of the mysterious wizards. Now, he just wanted to stay away from them to avoid any trouble. A river appeared in front of Soren. It was rare that it was not frozen, which meant that the temperature in the north was not very low. There were boatmen ferrying people around the river. In this era, bridges were of a higher standard of alchemy and could only be seen near the city. It was very troublesome to take a detour, so the fishermen in the nearby villages would take the ferry business in their spare time to earn more rations for the children at home. Wherever Soren went, people looked at him with awe. A boatman nervously sent him to the fishing boat and then carefully rowed to the opposite side. Soren left a silver dural for the ferry and then set foot on the land on the other side of the river. In front of him, he could already see reclaimed farmlands and many villages scattered in the distance. The land in the north was relatively flat and open, and it used to be very prosperous for a period of time. Because of the climate, the north only cultivated once a year. During the rest of the season, other crops were planted to support the family. However, the people here lived better than in the south because the north was relatively more sparsely populated. Many villagers would hunt during their leisure time. The law here allowed farmers to hunt, unlike in the south, who had to pay taxes. The corruption of the nobles in the south was very serious. They were almost doing everything possible to increase taxes, and the fishermen had to bear heavy taxes every year. Soren saw a city. The guard stood lazily at the gate, asking the civilians who wanted to enter the city and occasionally extorting some money. However, they did not dare to stop the carriages that were obviously of a higher status. They only squeezed 1 or 2 copper dirhams out of the poor farmers. When Soren walked past, they did not dare to stop him. These guards did not dare to provoke a wizard. Even if the captain gave them a look, the others did not dare to approach and ask. The city was not very prosperous. Because there was no trade to support the city, taxes alone were not enough to maintain the prosperity of the city. There were obvious traces of damage on the city walls, and many of the buildings were very old. Hundreds of years ago, there were a few mines that maintained the city, but as the surface mines were exhausted, the city could no longer support the mining and maintenance of the deeper mines. The undeveloped roads made trade very expensive, and some of the ores could only be sold at a low price. The nearby cities had replaced river valley cities' trading position. Soren went to the mercenary union. Because it was close to the snowy mountains, the mercenary union's business was not bad. From time to time, adventurers would come to hunt special monsters according to certain requests. Wizards needed special materials for alchemy, magic devices, and scrolls. Many of the materials came from the corpses of powerful monsters, and some of them grew in special environments. Soren did not stay in the mercenary guild for too long. He walked around the area and entered an alley. Then, under the gazes of 3 to 5 people with ill intentions, he entered a shop that did not have a signboard. He needed some information. Thieves were almost everywhere in the world. They were the main composition of the low-level members of gangs. These thieves could become rogues, but most of them were still ordinary people. Soren did not stay in the shop for too long. After about a quarter of an hour, he walked out. But when he walked out, he seemed to feel something. His nose could not help but twitch slightly. He seemed to smell something familiar. It was a fragrance, and it was a fragrance that he had carefully memorized. Only then would he have a clear impression of it. There seemed to be a woman in front of him. She was wearing a black hood and a black dress. Her back looked very slim, but she still gradually walked out of the alley. Soren frowned slightly. He did not directly chase after her. He looked up at the sky and prepared to find a place to stay, then go to Gloria's tower. Chapter 160. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. It was as heavy as Soren's mood at the moment. His footsteps were heavy, and so was his heart. He had always been a very subjective person, but today he was really confused. His heart seemed to be heavy, and some kind of repressed emotion made him a little breathless. He tightened his cloak and walked step by step into the heavy snow. Snowflakes fell on him, and soon his shoulders were white. Soren raised his hand to shake off the snow on his body, turned his head, and silently looked at the palace of Arendelle. He stood in a corner where people could not see him for a long time, then turned and entered a white world. Vivian was still waiting for him. It was almost impossible for him to marry the princess of Arendelle, the future queen, because Vivian was the child of fear and might become the Dread Lord in the future. Unless he was willing to let Vivian face all this alone, he would inevitably go further and further on the path of the Dread Lord. At that time, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be enemies of the whole world. Even if he helped Vivian defeat the Dread Lord in the end, the evil gods would covet Vivian's divine power, and the good gods would try to eliminate the Dread Lord once and for all. Vivian's path was destined to be full of thorns and blood. Otherwise, he would not have prepared for the worst in his heart to transform into a shadow lich. Soren performed an ancient knight's salute. It did not mean anything, but it was just a promise from a guardian knight. When she needed it, he would stand behind her. The snow was still flying. In this snow-covered world, Soren saw 2 lines in his eyes. One rose to the top of the throne. She would become the ruler of Arendelle, the queen who was supported by all people. The shadow of the gods stood behind her, protecting her kingdom and protecting her. The other fell to the bottomless abyss. The road he walked would be covered with blood, and the bones of countless enemies would accumulate into stairs. In the vast white bones, he would step into the bottom of the abyss, where a battle awaited him. For Vivian, Soren was willing to give up his life, but he wouldn't stop here. Although his heart was so heavy, the world was shrouded in a bone-chilling coldness. The curved sword at Soren's waist glowed. When he pulled out the legendary curved sword named Icing Death, a cold light seemed to spread from it. It looked so dazzling, but its temperature was so bone-chilling. The curved sword seemed to have a spirit, and it could feel the heaviness in Soren's heart. The mountains in the distance gradually appeared. Soren's footsteps did not slow down at all. He quietly walked past one town after another, heading towards the north. His appearance was completely different from before. He wore a black robe and held a wooden staff in his hand. Outside, he wore a large gray cloak. No weapons could be seen, only a pair of exquisite black gloves on his hands. His face was a little thin, and one could vaguely see the stubble of his beard. His pupils were deep and still, full of determination when he looked ahead. The way he dressed made him look like a traveling wizard, which allowed him to avoid most of the trouble. No one would dare to disturb a traveling wizard. Arendelle was getting farther and farther away, but the girl's gaze seemed to be behind him. Occasionally, Soren's mind would come to her tearful face. It was really beautiful. The idea of marrying a woman as his wife came to his mind for the first time. It was difficult to describe the feeling in words, but it was really touching. He passed through a forest, walked across a frozen river, and climbed over towering snow mountains. Occasionally, some monsters would disturb him, but they were killed by spells before they could get close. He looked like a real wizard, following his own path to his destination. The snowstorm lasted for 3 days before it stopped. Soren had come to the ice mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles. He moved along a small path, using levitate and fly to hurry on his way, crossing these mountains that were like natural strongholds. Time passed little by little. He didn't travel much every day because he encountered many powerful creatures, such as the ice Quetzalcoatlus near the mountains, the huge ice sculptures, the earth dragon that was as heavy as a mammoth, the earth spirit bear that was scattered all over the place, and many other powerful monsters that he was familiar with. They were distributed here in groups, dangerous and deadly. Soren even had to use invisibility to escape several times. The cruel environment made them gather together. Here, the earth spirit bear and the ice trolls could even form tribes. These creatures hunted each other and struggled to survive in this ice and snow mountain. The temperature gradually increased. This mountain range blocked the cold wind from the Frost Kingdom. The greenery in front of him gradually increased. Soren knew that he was close to the north. Across here was the north, the territory ruled by the witches. The forest in front of him was getting thicker and thicker, and the mountains were already behind him. Soren walked in the thick forest and entered the area of human activity little by little. Who is it? A middle-aged man dressed as a hunter appeared in front. He held a hunting bow in his hand and aimed at this side. When he saw Soren's appearance, he immediately withdrew his bow in fear. Then he bowed slightly to show respect and said, "Your Excellency." "Sir Wizard, I didn't know it was you. Please forgive my offense." This was the north. This was the territory of the northern witches. Here, the status of wizards was very high. Soren lowered his cloak slightly, looked at him faintly, and asked, "Where is this?" "I just came here through the mountains." The middle-aged hunter looked at the ice and snow mountain in the distance, and the awe in his eyes became more obvious. He whispered, "This is the territory of River Valley City. From here, you can reach River Valley City by walking 100 miles south." Soren nodded gently, walked past him, and headed south. After he walked past, the middle-aged hunter breathed a sigh of relief as if he had collapsed. Then, he hurriedly ran towards the village. It was not a good thing to encounter a wizard in the wild. Wizards were some people with strange tempers. They were very powerful and very dangerous. If you angered them, they could easily take your life. He was just an ordinary person, and naturally, he was afraid of the mysterious wizards. Now he just wanted to stay away from them to avoid any trouble. A river appeared in front of Soren. It was rare that it was not frozen, which meant that the temperature in the north was not very low. There were boatmen ferrying people around the river. In this era, bridges were of a higher standard of alchemy and could only be seen near the city. It was very troublesome to take a detour, so the fishermen in the nearby villages would take the ferry business in their spare time to earn more rations for the children at home. Wherever Soren went, people looked at him with awe. A boatman nervously sent him to the fishing boat and then carefully rowed to the opposite side. Soren left a silver dural for the ferry and then set foot on the land on the other side of the river. In front of him, he could see reclaimed farmlands and many villages scattered in the distance. The land in the north was relatively flat and open, and it used to be very prosperous for a period of time. Because of the climate, the north only cultivated once a year. During the rest of the season, other crops were planted to support the family. However, the people here lived better than in the south because the north was relatively more sparsely populated. Many villagers would hunt during their leisure time. The law here allowed farmers to hunt, and they did not have to pay taxes like in the south. The corruption of the nobles in the south was very serious. They were almost doing everything possible to increase taxes, and the fishermen had to bear heavy taxes every year. Soren saw a city. The guard stood lazily at the gate, asking the civilians who wanted to enter the city and occasionally extorting some money. However, they did not dare to stop the carriages that were obviously of a higher status. They only squeezed 1 or 2 copper dirhams out of the poor farmers. When Soren walked past, they did not dare to stop him. These guards did not dare to provoke a wizard. Even if the captain gave them a look, the others did not dare to approach and ask. The city was not very prosperous. Because there was no trade to support the city, taxes alone were not enough to maintain the prosperity of the city. There were obvious signs of damage on the city walls, and many of the buildings were very old. Hundreds of years ago, there were a few mines here, but as the surface mines were exhausted, the city could no longer support the mining and maintenance of the deeper mines. The undeveloped roads made trade very expensive, and some of the ores could only be sold at a low price. The nearby cities had replaced river valley cities' trading position. Soren went to the mercenary union. Because it was close to the snowy mountains, the mercenary union's business was not bad. From time to time, adventurers would come to hunt special monsters according to certain requests. Wizards needed special materials for alchemy, magic devices, and scrolls. Many of the materials came from the corpses of powerful monsters, and some of them grew in special environments. Soren did not stay in the mercenary guild for too long. He walked around the area and entered an alley. Then, under the gazes of 3 to 5 people with ill intentions, he entered a shop that did not have a signboard. He needed some information. Thieves were almost everywhere in the world. They were the main composition of the low-level members of gangs. These thieves could become rogues, but most of them were still ordinary people. Soren did not stay in the shop for too long. After about a quarter of an hour, he walked out. But when he walked out, he seemed to feel something. His nose could not help but twitch slightly. He seemed to smell something familiar. It was a fragrance. It was a fragrance that he had carefully memorized. Only then would he have a clear impression of it. There seemed to be a woman in front of him. She was wearing a black hood and a long black dress. Her back looked quite graceful. She gradually walked out of the alley. Soren frowned slightly. He did not directly chase after her. He looked up at the sky. He wanted to find a place to stay and then go to Gloria's tower. Chapter 161. There were many alleys in the city. The two were walking on an intersecting road. Although Soren felt that the fragrance was a bit familiar, he didn't intend to delve into it. He didn't have the leisure to care about other things. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he walked out of the alley, he saw another tall figure on the side of the street. That figure made him tremble, and he quickly retreated back into the alley. The woman in the black dress on the other side also did the same. She shrank back like a cat and hid in the shadows. What the hell? Soren's figure kept retreating, and he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He murmured, You can still catch up with me like this? The knight in silver. Soren was sure that the woman outside was the knight in silver in disguise. His ability to see through disguises was very strong. He recognized the other party at a glance. And he also noticed that there was a drool next to her whose strength was hard to estimate. It was possible that it was a high-grade drool, or even a legendary drool. Is that leaf really so precious? Soren murmured to himself, turned around, and prepared to leave from the other side. He thought to himself, how can they catch up with me like this? Did they use a legendary prophecy? I've already eaten all of them. What else can they do? Take me back and dissect me? This was not a good place to stay. No matter what method the other party used to catch up with him, Soren felt that he shouldn't stay here. He quietly walked to the other side, and when he turned his head, he immediately saw the woman in the black dress sneaking in this direction. The two looked at each other, and their expressions couldn't help but be stunned. Soren felt that the woman in front of him was somewhat familiar. Although the other party was wearing a veil and her face couldn't be seen, this feeling of familiarity was very strong. He had definitely seen the woman in front of him before, and more than once. The woman in the black dress seemed to have a similar expression. She carefully looked at Soren in the black robe in front of her, and her eyes seemed to be somewhat puzzled and familiar. Both of them were dressed in black, and they were retreating in the same direction. This scene was a little strange. So it's you. The woman in the black dress suddenly revealed a strange smile, and her eyes became seductive. She walked as lightly as a cat and gently took off the veil on her face, revealing a charming face. Her expression seemed to be seductive, and she said in a charming voice, "Come here. Come here. Come to Big Sister." Soren's expression turned blank for a moment before he subconsciously walked towards the man. The seductive woman's expression clearly showed a trace of pride. She stretched out her fair finger and was about to poke Soren's forehead. At the same time, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She slowly said, "I'm really lucky to meet you. Looks like you're not weak either. You should be able to help me attract their attention." Berserk charm. Soren was getting closer and closer. When he was right in front of the beautiful woman, a cold glint flashed across his eyes, following which a ray of sword light slashed towards the woman's head. The seductive woman's face showed a trace of shock. An invisible protective energy field appeared and directly knocked Soren away. However, at the same time, the sword light also destroyed the woman's protective energy field. When it hit the woman, it was blocked by another energy field. The long dress in front of the woman's chest was cut open by the curved sword, revealing her white and full breasts, as well as wisps of frost. How is this possible? How long has it been since we last met? The man in front of me can actually break through my protective energy field? In the past, when she used the Circle 1 spell Charm Person, she almost controlled Soren. But now, not only did he resist the high-grade Berserk charm cast by the seductive woman, but he also broke through her mage armor. If it weren't for the other energy barriers that were triggered by the attack, she would have been cut open. Even so, there was still a 10-centimeter-long gash on her clothes. Strands of ice appeared where the scimitar had cut her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Legendary equipment. Only a legendary-grade weapon could have such a strong cold energy. How did he become so strong all of a sudden? Boom! Soren did not continue to attack after being shocked. Instead, he stepped on the barrel, making a muffled sound, and then his figure disappeared directly in front of the woman's eyes. Wizards often had a habit of storing memory spells, especially protective spells. The last time he fought with this woman, he was shocked away, and this time it was the same. The other party's sneaky look seemed to be being chased by people outside. Maybe this time it was not him who attracted the knight in silver, but the seductive woman in front of him. Soren remembered that Gloria mentioned that her mother seemed to have caused a lot of trouble in the past, causing the whole world of Droll to regard her as a thorn in their side. Evade sight. Soren's figure disappeared in the shadows, and then he quickly fled. The woman in the black dress was obviously a little afraid after the attack just now. The moment Soren disappeared, she activated a tool and then blessed herself with the spell, Eye of Truth. She was worried that Soren would continue to attack. Since the other party could break through her protective energy, he was qualified to threaten her life. Unfortunately, she still did not expect it. After casting see through invisibility, the seductive woman did not see Soren's trace at all. On the contrary, because the movement here attracted the attention of others, the knight in silver and the middle-aged drool rushed in quickly. When she saw the two enemies rushing in, the seductive woman's silver teeth were almost broken. She looked at the direction where Soren disappeared with hatred, then raised her hand and broke something. Her figure suddenly disappeared and then appeared 3 kilometers away. Damn it! The seductive woman almost stomped her feet in anger and cursed. That damn guy. You actually made me use up my last teleportation beacon, just like that. In the distance, a silver figure was approaching quickly. The seductive woman looked at the knight in silver who had tracked her position again, and the eagle flying in the sky. The expression on her face was very ugly. In an instant, she blessed herself with several spells and then fled into the distance. These guys are just haunting me. The seductive woman gritted her teeth and fled. At the same time, she secretly said to herself, if it weren't for the fact that I haven't taken back my own things, I would have imprisoned all of your souls. I've almost used up all my equipment. If this continues, they will definitely catch up with me. Wait till I become a legend. I'll definitely get back at him. Now I can only go to my good daughter. I hope she still remembers that I'm her mother and can help me. Phew! Soren looked back and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the knight in silver did not track him. He knew it. How could he be caught up? He had not met her in the Frost Kingdom for so long, and he had met her as soon as he came to the north. It turned out that the other party was tracking Gloria's mother. But wasn't she exiled to Whiterun? How did she sneak here? It seems that Drool is still chasing her. Soren did not dare to stay here. If the knight in silver found him, she might turn around and hunt him down. After all, that group of women was famous for holding grudges. Soren hid in the shadows and moved forward. He bypassed River Valley City and moved along the forest path, and then headed in the direction of Glacier City. He had already inquired about the location of Gloria's tower. As one of the core members of the Northern Witches, her status in the north was quite noble, equivalent to that of a city lord. He would not be surprised to find her and Vivian there. As for Gloria's mother, who was obviously willful and reckless, Soren did not care about her life or death. This woman's mind was extremely vicious. At first, she planned to use Berserk Charm to control him and attract the attention of the enemy. If it were not for Soren's high will resistance, he would not have been able to escape so easily. Northern Tower. Gloria's tall figure stood in front of the balcony. She reached out and held the little Vivian with a gentle smile on her face. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Suddenly, her face changed greatly. She raised her hand and a light emerged. In an instant, a water-like mirror appeared in front of her, and a hazy figure could be vaguely seen in it. Even with the spell of true sight, she still could not see through the other party's invisibility. Gloria's face suddenly became serious. She raised her hand to protect Vivian next to her and said, "Legendary assassin? Vivian, go to the laboratory now. Don't come out from there. A legendary assassin has invaded the Wizard Tower." Boom! Boom! The walls of the Wizard Tower shook slightly. As Gloria raised her hand and waved, a secret door appeared on the wall, and then a heavy steel golem walked out of it. At the same time, a magical aura emerged from the top of the Wizard Tower. In an instant, all the passages in the Wizard Tower were closed. Even the Shadow Plane was wrapped in magical energy. "How dare you break into my Wizard Tower?" Gloria's beautiful face showed a trace of murderous intent. She raised her staff and knocked on the ground. An invisible wave of energy gradually spread out. She looked at the water-like mirror and said, "Steel golems, listen to my command. Activate the energy laser beam. Activate the dimensional lock. Seal all the passages in the other dimension. Seal the portal. Awaken the Phantom Golem. Summon the Phantom Golem. Spirit realm locked on target. Necromancy field activated. Life energy scan. Activate the energy core device. Wizard tower level 1 alert. Chapter 162. Inside the wizard tower. An invisible figure was slowly moving forward. She didn't know how he sneaked into the wizard tower. It wasn't until he reached the second floor at the bottom of the tower that Gloria found him. The figure moved carefully along the corner. No one would underestimate the power of the wizard tower, not to mention the various traps in it. No one knew how many dangerous devices those crazy adepts had installed in the tower. This was something that even legendary adepts were worried about. Click! There was a slight noise, and the invisible figure pried opened a door and then walked in carefully. The other party's basic skills were very high. He could hardly hear any sound when he walked, and complex magic locks could be easily opened. However, when he stepped into the door, suddenly there was a heavy muffled sound from the wall, and a solid stone door fell in an instant. Heavy footsteps sounded behind the passage, and the huge figure of the steel golem slowly approached. A mechanism opened on the right side of the passage, and then a deadly green light shot out from it. Disintegrate! The matter hit by the green light dissipated directly and was decomposed into the most basic material structure. The figure who sneaked into the wizard tower trembled and seemed to have suffered a lot of damage. Disintegrate could cause 240 points of spell damage at most. If the target couldn't pass the test of fortitude, it could disintegrate a living person on the spot. Even if the target passed the test of fortitude, disintegrate would still cause about 30 points of erosion damage, and part of the body could be disintegrated. At the top of the wizard tower, Gloria's expression was a little puzzled. She frowned slightly and said, "Can he sneak into my wizard tower? How could he not avoid disintegrate? Where are the legendary items on him?" It was impossible for a legendary lurker to not have legendary items on him. Moreover, no matter what profession a lurker was in, he would master some special shadow skills. These skills could resist spell damage, so there was no need to directly resist disintegrate. Because unless one had absolute confidence in their physique, they could be disintegrated on the spot. Disintegrate was a fatal spell determined by spell energy. "No," Gloria frowned and said in a deep voice, "Activate the energy laser beam." A magic gem device was activated, and a red energy laser beam appeared. The path it passed through was directly cut open. It streaked across the passage at an astonishing speed and instantly hit the lurker. The other party's body was cut in half in an instant, but no blood flowed out. The body that was cut in half at the waist appeared. It was a figure wearing a black cloak and covered his face. There was a special emblem on his chest. It was a pale palm that stretched out from the ground, surrounded by a graveyard of white bones. Not good. Gloria's expression changed drastically, and she instantly activated some kind of device. Her body was wrapped in a protective energy, and she muttered, "Hand of Despair? What kind of spell-like ability was that? Shadow, incarnation, true mirror image, or simulacrum?" A cold light appeared behind her. A strange figure suddenly rushed in from a height of hundreds of meters outside the wizard tower. For a moment, the figure was distorted, and then it passed through the energy shield of the wizard tower and directly broke the window into the room. The enemy's main body had been hovering several hundred meters above the adept's tower all this time. Once he found her position, he used a special interplanar teleportation technique to break through the defensive energy barrier. He then broke through the window and entered the tower. A dark dagger appeared, and there was a faint wail of the dead. Spell trigger. Spell order. Accident. Energy shield ring. 6 magic auras appeared on Gloria's body in succession, and a protective energy field opened up. At the same time, her figure disappeared in place and appeared 10 meters away with a flash spell. The dark shadow chasing behind her also disappeared in an instant, and some kind of special field power covered the room. Then he appeared again behind Gloria and stabbed her heart with a dagger. The magic shields broke like eggshells, and the dagger hit the weakest point of the protective energy field. At the same time, A spell was dispelled at the moment of contact. The next moment, the dagger stabbed into Gloria's heart. A stream of blood gushed out. Gloria's face was very pale. The deflection field made the dagger move a little bit. Although it did not stab her heart, it made her seriously injured. The strength of the other party was more amazing than she thought. Weakness detection. This was a legendary assassin with a profession level close to 25. The power of the poison began to take effect. Gloria seemed to want to cast a spell, but the process was interrupted by the poison. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and there was already a trace of black in the blood. Crossplane jump, shadow realm, shadow shuttle, shadow strike, deadly poison, weakness detection, true mirror image. In an instant, Gloria's heart was full of despair because the other party was the legendary Hand of Despair, a top assassin who entered the legendary realm hundreds of years ago. He even succeeded in assassinating legendary wizards. Although Gloria was a high-level witch, she didn't know any ninth circle spells. She couldn't cast the Chain of Accident spell on herself, and she didn't have time to cast any other high-grade spells. Her opponent didn't give her any time to cast any spells. The black dagger flashed and stabbed toward her throat. From the beginning until now, the other party did not intend to sneak into the wizard tower. The mirror image was just to alarm her and then find out where Gloria was in the wizard tower. This was a very experienced, legendary assassin. Death came. Gloria's pupils were full of despair. As a core member of the Northern Witch Council, she had never been so embarrassed and powerless. A legendary assassin with a profession level of 25, this had not appeared for nearly 100 years, right? Why would he assassinate her? Vivian, where is she now? The wizard tower could not stop such an existence at all. Unless she had also advanced into the realm of legendary wizards, she would not be able to fight against this kind of existence without spells that could stop time or spells that were at the level of level 9 or above. The current Eye of the North, the head of the Witch Council, was only a level 24 Northern Witch. Her profession level might not be as high as the legendary assassin in front of her. This was a profession qualified to step into the realm of the gods. The moment of death was so long. Just as Gloria was prepared for the moment of death, the pitch-black dagger suddenly stopped in front of her. A hint of horror appeared in the eyes of the masked assassin before him. Then, he instantly transformed into a shadow and disappeared from where he stood. At the same time, he teleported to a position 15 meters away. Gloria suddenly collapsed. She instantly activated an item to temporarily suppress the poison in her body and looked at the position outside the door. Vivian's figure appeared here. She was wearing a white princess dress and looked so cute. Her small body was floating in the air, but her pupils had turned blood red. Behind her, there was a pair of demon wings. Her expression was so strange. She seemed to be smiling, but there was a trace of evil charm at the corner of her mouth. It was an expression full of ridicule and playfulness. It was completely different from the Vivian in her memory. Vivian stepped into the room gently, glanced at the seriously injured Gloria next to her, and then turned her eyes to the Hand of Despair in front of her. She said playfully, "Finally willing to let me out? If you don't let me out, your sister Gloria will die. But it doesn't matter if she dies. We can reshape her soul into a body. Do you think it's better to become a banshee? Or was it better to become a succubus?" Gloria's face was ugly, and she murmured, "Vivian, what's wrong with you?" The little girl slowly turned around, raised her white little hand, and lifted her long hair. There was a strange tattoo under her earlobe. She looked at Gloria playfully and mocked. "I'm not Vivian. My name is Lillian, the Witch of Fear. Lillian, I've been watching that useless fellow silently for 8 years. Even after absorbing such a huge amount of divine power, she's still so useless. But I have to thank you. If you weren't in danger, she might not have been willing to let me out. I'm finally free." Vivian's tiny body hovered in midair, and she took a deep breath as if she were enjoying the feeling of freedom. She spread open her little hands, and even the demonic wings on her back trembled slightly as if she were enjoying the feeling of freedom. Then she turned her head to look at the hand of despair in front of her. A divine light appeared in her scarlet pupils, and a cruel smile appeared on her lips. She said with an evil smile, "Since I'm out, then according to my agreement with that idiot, I'll kill you, you annoying fly. I'm a very honest person. She's very similar to my brother. Not like that useless fellow. She has such a huge amount of power, but she can't even protect her brother. He was a complete idiot and a useless idiot. He was simply a complete burden to Chuyang." The little girl seemed to speak with a bit of cadence, like a willful and lawless rebellious girl. But she was only 8 years old. That kind of expression, tone, and attitude was difficult to describe in words. If Soren was here, there was only one adjective he could think of, and that was chinibyu. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Vivian's mouth. She raised her small white hand and clenched it. A divine light appeared in her eyes, and then a huge burst of divine power erupted with her as the center, enveloping everything within a 30-meter radius. She looked coldly at the hand of despair in front of her and said with a serious expression, "Divine realm of fear." Time stopped. The surrounding space was completely frozen at this moment. P.S. There are only 2 chapters today. I overslept during the day, so I have to wait until tomorrow for 3 chapters. Some of the plots in this book are very tiring, and I slept for half a day. I don't know if everyone feels like this after they're done. Chapter 163. With Vivian as the center, everything within 30 meters was frozen in place. But nothing had changed outside the wizard tower. The cold wind was still howling, and everything was normal. Gloria sat motionless. Her lips were slightly open as if she wanted to say something, but she looked like a puppet. Even her eyes were completely still. In front of her was a completely motionless black shadow. The twisted shadow wrapped it in it, and one could vaguely see the horror in its eyes. Vivian's petite figure floated to the ground. Her hands began to cast spells quickly, and a series of notes came out of her mouth. This was the most ancient demonic language. It was a language with special power, and it was also the main component of blasphemy language. Only some powerful demon lords and fallen evil gods could master part of it. This language was also very precious knowledge in the Abyss. From the appearance of the Abyss until now, only one legendary existence could speak this language completely. She was the most ancient demon and the world's first succubus. Of course, at that time, she was not called a succubus. Even the Baylor had not appeared yet. There were no records of her name. Even if the Queen of Succubus stood in front of her, she would have to humbly bow her head and call her the Lady of Pain. She was a very strange existence. Anyone who worshipped her, served her, and regarded her as a god would be killed by her mercilessly. She was one of the legendary incarnations of the Abyss. She did not need any clergy to kill a god with great divine power. She was also the only one who was considered to have great divinity. Note, not a great divine power. An existence without divinity and divine power. No one knew what she was thinking. Once she walked towards chaos, but later she entered order. She was an eternal neutral. The Lady of Pain was still standing in the middle of the multiverse, watching the changes of the whole universe. However, her kingdom was no longer open to outsiders. No one could enter her territory for 3,000 years. Vivian took a long time to cast a spell. She uttered a series of ancient demonic language. At the same time, the space in front of her began to distort. It was as if time and space were shattering. The space in front of her began to collapse and break apart like fragments. A space-time fault appeared. Then, she stretched out her small white hand and took out one of the fragments from the dark and deep space-time rift. This fragment turned into a long sword that was almost taller than her. Sword of Destruction. Legendary spell, Vivian's small hand held a long and narrow demonic sword. It was not a weapon made of material, but a fragment of space-time that had been extracted. It was just an external manifestation of a sword. She raised the demon sword of annihilation with both hands and waved it around. as if she was not used to it. She pursed her lips and muttered, "Sure enough, using a whip is more convenient." The demon's sword touched the ground a little. Because she was too short, the ground under her feet was directly disintegrated, revealing a sword mark nearly 3 inches deep. There was no material in the sword mark, not even a speck of dust. Anything that came into contact with the demon's sword of annihilation was disintegrated. She flew over with the long and narrow demon sword of annihilation and came directly in front of the hand of despair. In front of her was a motionless puppet, without any movement at all. She just smashed it like a toy, chopping it in a messy way. In an instant, the hand of despair in front of her was split in half. Time began to return. The still wind blew through the window, and everything that was still in an independent space began to connect with the outside world. Although 30 seconds had passed in the outside world, everything inside was still 30 seconds ago, except for the slight changes that occurred when Vivian moved. The hand of despair's eyes recovered a little. He seemed to want to do something, but there was already a crack in his chest. No blood gushed out, and all matter that came into contact with the demon's sword of annihilation was disintegrated. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his whole body had dissipated like dust. The body of the hand of despair gradually collapsed, and the flesh and blood collapsed into powder. Finally, when Vivian withdrew the demon's sword of annihilation in her hand, only a little black dust was left on the ground, as if it was some special material structure. The demon's sword of annihilation could not disintegrate all matter. Any matter that came into contact with it would have to undergo a very high test of immunity, legendary difficulty. If it could not pass, it would be directly destroyed and disintegrated, whether you were a legendary class or a saint walking in the mortal world. Any matter that was not in the form of pure energy had to undergo the test of decomposition by the demon's sword of annihilation. This was the demon's sword of annihilation, one of the strongest legendary spells of the evocation class. It could crush and destroy most of the matter, including other legendary equipment. Only the divine equipment could go head-to-head with the demon's sword of annihilation. Gloria's mind was still stuck in 30 seconds ago. She didn't know what happened in these 30 seconds, but when she recovered, the hand of despair that forced her into a desperate situation had died. In front of her was Vivian, who looked a little dissatisfied. The little girl whispered something softly, as if she was saying, "Damn it, it has transformed into a shadowy life form. If I had known, I would have cast a soul imprisonment." At the same time as she said this sentence, in the shadow plane, in an ancient and dark basement, a distorted shadow suddenly appeared. Then the distorted shadow turned into a human shape and became the appearance of the hand of despair again. However, all the equipment on his body had disappeared, and only a vague body made of shadow energy could be seen. His expression seemed to be a little angry. After standing up, he looked around, then walked to a jumping flame and slowly said, "The first son of fear has completely awakened. She destroyed my body. I must reconstruct my body." In the tower, Gloria stood up with some difficulty. She looked at Vivian, who had transformed into a demon in front of her, and murmured, "You? Vivian?" The little girl turned her head with some dissatisfaction, stared at her with wide eyes, and said disdainfully, "I said I'm not Vivian. My name is Lillian. I'm the most powerful witch of fear." After saying that, she turned around and left. A moment ago, her aura was still very strong, like a high and mighty demon lord. But the next moment, she controlled the small version of the demon wings behind her to tremble slightly. She was like a succubus that hadn't grown up yet. She looked a little embarrassed as she flew up. Just now, she was floating in the air with the power of magic. Now, she was really flying with the pair of demon wings behind her. But she looked very clumsy, and people were worried that she would accidentally fall. It seemed that she hadn't fully learned to control her wings. Her petite body swayed in the air, which was quite funny. Whether she was Vivian or Lillian, she didn't seem to have grown up yet. Gloria stood up with her injuries. The poison in her body had been partially removed by magic. She looked at Vivian, who had flown out of the wizard tower, and said weakly, "Where are you going?" "Nonsense." The little girl, who was swaying in the sky, turned her head, glanced at her, and said, "Of course, I'm going to kill those sons of fear. If I don't kill them, am I going to wait for those guys to get stronger and stronger to kill me? I'm not that stupid and idiotic. When I kill them all, I'll be the Lord of Fear, right? If my brother comes to me, you tell him that I'll come back after killing those bastards. I'll also prepare a big gift for him." The little girl looked high-spirited, as if the other sons of fear had all been wiped out by her with a wave of her hand. Unfortunately, no matter how high-spirited she was and how arrogant she was, she still flew out like a fluttering baby bird. After flying for a long time, she only flew a dozen meters away. The demon wings behind her were too small, as if they hadn't grown yet. They weren't as domineering as the other greater demons when they opened up. Perhaps she felt that she would have to fly until the end of time, the little girl muttered in dissatisfaction. Then, she raised her small hand and opened a portal. Then, she stepped into the portal and disappeared directly in front of Gloria's eyes. Hundreds of kilometers away from the Wizard Tower, a dark portal suddenly appeared in the sky, and then Vivian's petite figure walked out of it. She fluttered her demon wings in a funny way. After flying for a short distance, she pouted her little face angrily and landed on the ground. At the same time, she said in dissatisfaction, "What a fool and idiot! Growing up so slow. Useless." The little girl landed unsteadily. As she got closer and closer to the ground, she couldn't help but frown. At the same time, she touched herself with her little hand and murmured, "Why do I feel that my strength is getting less and less? That's not right. My strength is still there. It's over. All my strength has gone to that fool and idiot. How could this be? How could I lose to that fool and idiot? Didn't she have no divinity at all? No, I don't want to go back. It's dark inside. Fool, idiot, bastard. Let me out. I'll be back." Plop. Vivian, who had just landed about a dozen meters above the ground, suddenly fell rapidly. The demon wings behind her gradually dissipated, and the demonic tattoo under her earlobe disappeared. Her little body fell directly into a lake, and there were ripples when the water splashed. Chapter 164. Inside the Gloomy Woods. Soren moved forward quickly while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Although he had lured away the night in silver and the high-grade drool, he encountered a very dangerous creature last night. It was a snow-white spotted leopard with smooth lines, almost bigger than an adult Siberian tiger. A conservative estimate of its weight was close to half a ton. This was a very rare frostblade leopard. It was not a primitive beast, but a special kind of magical beast, a species produced by some taboo experiments. This kind of creature was mainly active in the outer plane, and it was said to be the experimental product of the Arcane Empire. Its creature level was 16. Soren did not fight with this dangerous creature. Although both sides had noticed each other, they only looked at each other from a distance of hundreds of meters. This beast was not low in intelligence. After the two sides put a certain distance between each other, it directly escaped into the dense woods. Magical beasts had the intelligence of about 9 to 14-year-old child. They appeared on a large scale during the Arcane Empire. At that time, even rabbits could spit out ice cones from their mouths. Mainly because of the leakage of magic energy and various energy radiation, many animals had undergone large-scale mutations, which seriously threatened other intelligent creatures. Note, the total number of sorcerers doubled during that period. What followed was a massacre. Even the drool was forced to participate in the war to eliminate these magical beasts because they were not natural creatures. Mutated beasts could destroy the balance of nature. A wolf pack could be extinct because of a mutated rabbit. The biological chain of nature was under attack and could collapse at any time. The sequelae of energy radiation were not only these, but also some more dangerous creatures. These creatures were called evil creatures. They continued to cause destruction for tens of millions of years. Until now, they still existed in some parts of the world. These creatures mutated because of energy radiation. Even the gods could not do anything about them. They could only work together to seal them. There were some in the deepest part of the desert, and Soren had seen one of them. Soren walked along the road. He didn't calculate how far he had walked, but suddenly he seemed to feel something and couldn't help but stop. Soren's heartbeat began to accelerate. It was an inexplicable increase in heartbeat. Due to the blood coursing through his veins, his muscles began to swell, and veins began to appear on the surface of his skin. At the same time, his pupils turned slightly red due to the congested blood. This strange feeling was completely out of his control. Soren had no idea what was happening to his body, but somehow he could feel that Vivian had something to do with it. This process lasted for quite some time. Soren's temples were throbbing, and his brain was hurting from the pressure. He couldn't help but quicken his breathing as he ran towards the nearby river. Soren felt extremely hot. His skin was slightly red, and his mouth was dry. It was as if he hadn't drunk a drop of water for 3 days and 3 nights. He wanted to drink a whole bucket of water in one go. His skin was getting redder and redder, and his muscles were swelling painfully. Soren couldn't help but let out a scream. He staggered and fell to the ground. The pain was getting worse, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to crawl forward. Little by little, he reached the river and fell into it. Sizzle. A stream of water vapor rose from the river. Soren's skin was like a piece of red-hot iron, and a part of the water had evaporated. The rising water vapor was getting thicker and thicker. Soren's pain gradually subsided, and he gradually regained consciousness. When he looked down at his palm, he realized that there was a strange tattoo on his body. The tattoo slowly spread along his arm, from his arm to his collarbone, and then along his neck until it reached his earlobe. Soren slowly stood up. In the reflection of the river, he still looked the same. However, his pupils had turned scarlet, and there were many strange tattoos on his body. They looked like the tattoos that some wizards would carve on their bodies, but they were more like the tattoos of high-grade demons in the abyss. The first batch of high-grade demons had similar tattoos on their bodies, which allowed them to resist all kinds of damage. Soren still looked the same as before, but the biggest changes were the tattoos on his skin and his pupils that had turned scarlet. His heart was beating faster than before. Soren's basic heart rate had increased by 50%. The changes to his appearance weren't very obvious, and he was a little stunned by the sudden change. His body temperature had increased by a lot. The first thing Soren felt was the change in his body temperature. The body temperature of an ordinary human was about 36 degrees, but now his body temperature was at least 50 to 60 degrees. His skin was a little red, and his thin body was much stronger than before. His whole body was full of swollen muscles. The small muscles that were not very eye-catching were also exposed outside, and the clothes on his body were stretched out a lot. The change didn't last long. When Soren was about to check why he suddenly changed, his accelerated heartbeat gradually slowed down and returned to its original level. Then, the bulging muscles on his body, due to the rush of blood, also gradually returned to normal. His scarlet pupils returned to their original state, and the tattoos on his arms also disappeared little by little. If it wasn't for the little bit of water vapor around him, he would have thought that everything just now was an illusion and that he was under some kind of illusion spell. What's going on? Soren opened his palm and looked at himself. There was nothing wrong with his body. His pupils returned to normal, and the tattoos had completely disappeared. None of the changes had left a trace. A row of data suddenly appeared. An unknown mutation has occurred. Divine energy activated. Temporarily transformed into slaughterer form. Slaughterer form activated. Mutation disappeared. Restored to original state. Slaughterer form canceled. Vivian. Soren's expression changed slightly. He almost immediately walked out of the river and ran forward. Although he didn't know what caused such change, Soren was sure that it definitely had something to do with Vivian. The divine power of the Son of Fear had been absorbed by Soren, but the divine power had been transferred to Vivian. There should still be a connection between the two. Even if Soren didn't have the divine power of fear, the essence of the divinity of fear was still in his body. What he absorbed wasn't the original and pure divinity. With his current power, he couldn't purify the absorbed divinity. The divinity must contain the power of fear. The change in Soren's body might be because Vivian used the divine power of fear. If Vivian mobilized the divine power of fear, it was indeed possible to actively awaken the divinity of fear in him. The power of divinity could change the bloodline, and in the end, it could even transform into a half-energy saint form. Soren didn't have the slightest clue about this special change, so everything could only be known after he found Vivian. He couldn't help but speed up and rush towards the location of Gloria's wizard tower. His intuition told him that something must have happened to Vivian. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle, was full of a celebratory atmosphere. This was the day when Princess Royal was crowned as Her Majesty the Queen. The royal court prepared a large number of celebration ceremonies and even invited circuses from the southern seaside. The people of Arendelle were enjoying the joy of the celebration. People could be seen drinking and laughing everywhere. The celebratory fireworks had begun to be lit, and from time to time, bards would perform wonderful tricks, attracting waves of amazement. The Phantom Circus in the center had the most audience. The Goblin Clown gave rise to waves of praises, and the Beast Tamer directed the beasts to perform, creating dozens of new tricks. The celebration, which had been postponed for some reason, was finally held again. Princess Royal stood at the top of Arendelle's castle, looking down at the city in front of her, like a queen watching everything. "Sister." Soft footsteps sounded behind her, and Princess Anna's slightly thin face appeared behind her. She looked much more haggard than before, and was not as naive and lively as before. She looked more peaceful and indifferent, like a little white flower in the breeze. People would always grow up. The girl would also become more mature day by day. Her temperament had begun to change slightly, and she was faintly similar to the Princess Royal in front of her. Since the day she scared the whole palace, Princess Anna had locked herself in her room for 3 days and 3 nights. When she came out, she became much quieter than before and began to try to help Princess Royal deal with the kingdom's affairs. She was also kind and gentle to the officials and guards. Occasionally, she would sit in front of the balcony in the afternoon and meditate, playing with some gadgets in her hands. Anna. Princess Royal's eyes showed a trace of affection. She opened her arms and hugged Princess Anna in front of her. She said slowly, "Are you okay?" Princess Anna nodded gently, then said, "I want to start learning magic. As the Princess of Arendelle, I can't always rely on others to protect me. Maybe I should try to learn to protect myself." Princess Royal pondered for a moment, then nodded gently. Then she took Princess Anna's little hand and led her to the high platform at the top of the castle. The court next to her made a gesture, and immediately fireworks rose. The gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky, illuminating the sky above Arendelle. The people outside the castle looked over. While they marveled at the beauty of the fireworks, they also saw the 2 princesses at the top of the castle. There was a burst of cheers like a landslide and a tsunami. Princess Royal was crowned as Her Majesty the Queen, and Princess Anna became the first heir to Arendelle. Chapter 165. Gulp, Gulp. A series of bubbles appeared at the bottom of the clear lake, and then a small figure emerged from the bottom of the lake. First, it was a wet little head, then the wet princess dress stuck to the body. Vivian appeared as if she was drunk, and then walked on the water with swaying steps. She seemed to be a little dizzy, and after walking a few steps, she suddenly raised her little hand in surprise and covered her mouth. "Oh, ah." The little girl opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at her feet. There were slight ripples on the water, and she walked on it as if it was flat ground. She didn't use any magic at all, and just walked on the calm lake. As if she felt uncomfortable with her wet body, she raised her white little hand and snapped her fingers, and then her whole body quickly became clean. The little girl curiously walked a few steps on the water and then directly ran. Her petite body lightly jumped on the water like a fairy from the lake. Amazing. Oh, when did I become so amazing? The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while, and then a series of memories appeared in her mind. Maybe it was because she was suddenly distracted. Plop! She stepped on air and fell into the lake again. Pay, pay, pay. Her wet little head emerged again, and the little girl opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of lake water. Then she climbed out of the water like climbing a wall and stood on the calm lake again. This time she didn't dare to run around. After cleaning her wet clothes, the little girl walked towards the lake. She looked a little cautious, as if she was afraid that she would fall in again. She didn't know how to swim. After stepping onto flat ground, Vivian patted her chest with her little hand and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. We're safe now. But where am I now? The little girl tiptoed to look around, but she was short and her body was small, so she couldn't see too far. Helplessly, she could only trot to the hillside in front of her. Then, she tried her best to jump up and look around. It was very interesting. Even though she tried her best to jump up, the height she could jump was still very average. However, she was still able to clearly see the surrounding environment. In front of her was a vast wilderness. Beside it was a very large lake. On the left was a dense forest, and on the right was a very tall mountain. There were no signs of human activity in front of her. She should be near the wilderness. This is bad. The little girl immediately put on a long face and muttered, "That idiot Lillian." She actually called me an idiot? She's the idiot. Why did he run so far away for no reason? Great. I'm getting lost. Perhaps he was not used to this kind of tone. The little girl hurriedly rubbed her cute little face and muttered, "Oh no, he was influenced by that guy." Even the way she spoke sounded a little like her. We can't let her out next time. Vivian muttered to herself. Then, she took out a lot of small things from her delicately embroidered multidimensional bag. First, she tied her hair up with a pink hairband, turning it into a beautiful ponytail. Then, she took out a pair of deerskin boots and replaced the slightly high-heeled boots on her feet. Then, she tied up her snow-white socks and pure white pants with cloth strips. She looked a little like Soren preparing for a long journey. Sister Gloria said that I can't wear small things in the wilderness. Those things look good, but they're very troublesome. The little girl seemed to be talking to herself. She shrank her head and looked around. Then, she bent over and crawled into a bush. After a while, the princess dress she was wearing was gone, replaced by simpler clothes. If it weren't for her beautiful face and silky long hair, she would look like a tomboy. Of course, she looked like she was only 8 years old. I wonder how Sister Gloria is doing. I hope she's fine. By the time the little girl was done, quite some time had passed. She looked around blankly and murmured, "Which way should I go?" The little girl didn't have the slightest clue. In the end, she took out a kindler and tossed it around. Then, she headed southwest. Behind her was a large forest. Goliath had told her not to enter the dense forest. She didn't know how far she had been teleported, but she was sure that she had left the north. It was much warmer here. Vivian was actually a little scared, but she was also a very strong girl. Her experience in the slums had made her very sensible since she was young. She knew that she needed to cheer herself up at this moment. Since her brother wasn't by her side, she could only rely on herself. Let's find a place with people first. Vivian's small body moved forward in the grass. She wasn't slow because she had cast a spell on herself. She looked up at the sky and muttered, "There are a lot of monsters in the wilderness. I'm so small, I'm easy to bully. Those monsters will definitely want to eat me. Now, I can only find a city and see if I can catch a caravan to find my brother and sister." Sister Gloria said, "There are a lot of bad people out there. Goddess of wealth, bless me and let me meet some good people. I'll work hard and make a lot of money in the future." The little girl didn't know much about faith, but she thought that since the goddess of wealth was in charge of wealth, it would be good for her if she made a lot of money. That way, She would be rich, and the goddess of wealth would be happy. In fact, from the beginning, the little girl was taught by Gloria that witches had to learn how to make money. A witch without money was not a powerful witch. A witch with money was a powerful witch. So for the first time, the little girl had the idea of believing in a god. After thinking carefully for a long time, Vivian finally chose to believe in the goddess of wealth and became a pan-believer of the goddess of wealth. That was to say, she basically wouldn't pray seriously and would occasionally make a last-minute effort. This situation was very common. After all, devout believers had to pray every day and talk about gods from time to time. Most people in the world were pan-believers. By the time they left, the sky was already dark. Vivian felt that she was much stronger than before. She didn't feel tired at all after walking so much. She was just a little nervous when she didn't see anyone around. After all, she wasn't very brave. Many people at her age were actually more timid. They were afraid of the dark, being alone, and being in an empty house. Only when adults were around would they feel more at ease. Oh, there seemed to be the howling of wolves in the distance, which made her quicken her pace. All of a sudden, the little girl seemed to have seen something and hurriedly ran towards the woods. She noticed that the rising smoke was near the wilderness road. It might be other adventurers. Wilderness creatures rarely lit bonfires, and they basically wouldn't do it by the road. Gloria had always taught her a lot of useful knowledge. "Who is it?" An alert voice sounded in front of her, and then she saw a figure flying out. Vivian, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped because she saw the person in front of her. The strange scene of the other party made her feel a little scared. It was a man, and there were 2 men and 3 women next to him. The men's faces were a little strange, and the women's faces were quite coquettish. They looked no different from ordinary adventurers, except for a little charm on their faces. But what Vivian saw was different. She saw that each of them had 2 faces. The first face was the appearance of a human, which was what other people saw with the naked eye. The second face was a vague shadow. These people's faces had more silver scales, and their pupils had become strange light yellow vertical pupils. There were sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths, and their bodies were all covered with tiny scales. This was a Naga, a race that had been hiding in the dark among the human race, a kind of evil and dangerous creature. They had the natural ability to change, and they could disguise themselves as humans in front of ordinary people. Most of them were mixed-blood Nagas, but occasionally they would encounter very powerful pure-blood Nagas. Vivian had seen this kind of creature in books. They were a very cold-blooded and ruthless species. One of the mixed-blood Nagas showed a surprised expression. It seemed that it was hard to imagine why he would see a lonely little girl in the wilderness. She didn't look as if she was 10 years old, but the vigilance of an adventurer made him dare not relax. He made a gesture behind him, and then slowly walked towards Vivian. The little girl didn't think much and immediately turned around to run. A seductive woman who seemed to be the leader frowned, and then coldly said to the others around her, "Catch her." Several figures flew out. The little girl's arms and legs were short, and she ran very slowly. In the blink of an eye, she was about to be caught up. When the other party was about to catch her, Vivian suddenly screamed, raised her small white hand, and pointed forward. A faint magic aura appeared, and then 5 arcane missiles shot out. The nearest male Naga trembled all over. When he lowered his head, there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. Plop! Clang! One of the mixed-blood Nagas fell to the ground, and the other Nagas immediately pulled out their weapons. Vivian seemed to be a little frightened. Almost subconsciously, she pointed her finger, and then a wave of arcane missiles raged out. The other 4 Nagas that rushed in front of her became riddled with holes, and one by one, they fell down bloody. The female Naga who gave the order at the beginning was dumbfounded. When she saw Vivian's gaze turn to her, her face was full of fear. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground with a plop, buried her head deep in the ground, and trembled all over. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you as my master." What a powerful master. Your humble servant is willing to be loyal to you forever. I beg you to spare my lowly life. Chapter 166. A lot of things happened in that instant. First of all, Vivian's movements were very quiet, but she was still discovered by these mixed-blood Nagas. This was because Nagas had the talent ability, snake perception. At the same time, their average attributes were about 6 points higher than ordinary people. This was a race with strong innate abilities, but their growth rate was relatively slow. Their lifespan could sometimes reach the level of the elves. The little girl was frightened by the appearance of the Nagas. She then turned around and ran, but they still caught up with her. Vivian basically had no battle experience. Although Gloria had taught her a lot, when it came to a real battle, the little girl was still a little flustered and subconsciously used the spell she was best at. Arcane Missile, Level 1. This was a very useful low-level spell. The casting speed was fast, and the damage was not weak. Vivian's Arcane Missile could be cast instantly. Because she was a casting genius, she could cast all the spells in 1 second. However, unlike the last time, Vivian cast 5 Arcane Missiles at the same time. This Level 1 spell could add 1 Arcane Missile every 2 casting levels. The maximum number of Arcane Missiles that could be added at Profession Level 9 were 5 Arcane Missiles. In other words, Vivian's Profession level had suddenly increased to Profession Level 9 for some reason. One spell could cast 5 Arcane Missiles at once. So how many Arcane Missiles did Vivian remember? She was a wizard and a sorcerer, so the spell slots of the 2 classes were calculated separately. Even if she didn't take into account the attribute bonuses, as a Level 9 wizard and a Level 9 sorcerer, she could cast at least 12 Level 1 spells. Wizards could not cast spells without remembering the spell slots in advance, but warlocks could increase the number of times they could cast spells as long as their profession level increased. This was because warlocks could cast spells according to the number of times they could cast spells. As long as they mastered the spells, they could cast them at will, but the total number of times they could cast them was the same. The little girl was obviously frightened, so she subconsciously threw out all her arcane missiles. Every instant cast was 5 arcane missiles, and as a result, more than 60 arcane missiles were shot out in an instant. What kind of concept was that? Even if Soren was standing in front of her, he would be instantly killed by the barrage of arcane missiles. And that didn't even take into account the penetration bonus brought by the spell energy. A high-grade wizard's arcane missile could penetrate a thin metal plate, and Vivian's arcane missile was almost the same. It directly shattered the armor of the mixed-blood Naga in front of him. Suddenly, a large number of arcane missiles appeared and instantly killed the 4 mixed-blood Nagas. Even their race's minor magic resistance was completely useless. Before they could dodge, they were shot to death at close range. Their corpses fell to the ground, already riddled with holes. A second or so, Vivian had killed 5 mixed-breed Nagas, and all of them were around level 5. The only remaining female Naga was scared out of her wits. When she saw her companion's body, which was riddled with holes, she looked at Vivian with fear in her eyes. Although the little girl in front of her looked so beautiful and completely harmless, in her eyes, she seemed to be an existence that caused people to be incomparably fearful. It was a kind of fear that came from the soul. Fear had almost shrouded her heart, making her completely lose the thought of resisting. Aura of Fear, Divine Realm. All creatures within 100 feet of the user must be forced to undergo a test of will. Otherwise, they will fall into fear and be unable to extricate themselves. As long as any creature has a trace of fear within the range of the spiritual aura of fear, then it will have to go through another test of will with difficulty +1. If it fails to pass the test of will, the target will be affected by a spell similar to fear. This was Vivian's divine realm. Compared to it, Soren's gaze of fear could only be used to scare civilians. The little girl seemed to be a little scared. She didn't expect to be able to kill so many enemies at once. In fact, it was completely a subconscious reaction because she had never experienced a real battle. However, the bloody scene in front of her didn't make her panic. Vivian used to live in the most chaotic slums, where gang fights in the streets would result in missing limbs. Her experience, since young, made her more accustomed to such scenes. However, what made her feel a little helpless was the trembling woman kneeling on the ground. She didn't even understand what was going on, and the woman in front of her had already started to call her master. However, she wasn't completely helpless. She tried to keep a straight face and imitated the tone of the Witch of Fear, Lillian, and said condescendingly, "Raise your head. Are you really willing to serve me forever? Dedicate your life and soul to me." Yes. The female Naga in front of her was scared out of her wits. She almost nodded her head repeatedly. Vivian tried to keep a straight face and said with a slightly childish voice, "Good. From today onwards, you are my servant. When you prove your loyalty, I will give you the reward you deserve." Time seemed to stop for a moment. When Vivian said this sentence, an invisible light of magic appeared. Then, the fear on the female Naga's face began to dissipate gradually. Her expression was dull, and her eyes were blank like a woman who had been played with. Then, she gradually regained her consciousness. She humbly knelt on the ground, leaned over, and kissed Vivian's shoes. She murmured, "Master, your servant will be loyal to you forever." This scene was so inconceivable. It seemed like some evil god believers held a depravity ritual, and then a blasphemous priest used blasphemous words to give all believers a spiritual hint. Vivian swayed slightly as if she felt a little tired. Vaguely, she also seemed to hear a disgusting voice as if the idiot who called herself Lillian was gloating. "Huh, so you will become weak when you consume too much power. You idiot and idiot. Hurry up and let me out." Vivian shook her little head as if she wanted to go away. The annoying voice muttered, "You are the idiot. Why are you so crazy? I won't let you out." She didn't know why. After knowing the existence of Lillian, who called herself the Witch of Fear, Vivian did not reject her as much as she thought, because she knew everything about her. It seemed that since she began to remember, she had been there for everything she had experienced. It felt like another her, or a twin sister that did not exist at all. Vivian was actually a very kind little girl. As long as it was not related to her brother, her nature was very kind and friendly. But if things became related to her brother, then no matter who was right or wrong, she would definitely stand on her brother's side. Kindness and justice were not important to her. The world in her eyes was supported by her brother, so her brother was more important than anything else. She didn't like Lillian very much, but she didn't hate her either. Perhaps she also thought that hating Lillian was like hating herself, because their memories were similar. It was just that Lillian seemed to be born with the ability to control the power of the Son of Fear. She was Vivian, who represented the mortals. She was the real Lillian, who represented the Son of Fear. If Soren did not appear, or if the original Soren was completely dead, with the little girl's deep feelings for Soren, it was very likely that she would completely give up herself after the fear came and die with Soren. That was because her brother was everything to her young heart. He was also her only family in this world. He used his blood and sweat to support her everything. Soren's death was very likely to make her give up hope of living, because when she first fell asleep to resist the fear, she could hold on for so long because she believed that her brother would come to save her. She was not very strong. In fact, she was a little timid. But as long as Soren was still alive, then she would not give up hope, because her brother was her hope. She believed in Soren. She believed that no matter what the situation was, Soren would stand in front of her and hold up the world for her. This was her will. As long as Soren was still alive, her will would never collapse. Vivian was Vivian. Lillian was Lillian. If Soren hadn't come, perhaps Vivian would have died in Amber City, and the one alive would be the Witch of Fear, Lillian. At that time, Lillian would probably not be the Lillian now. Glacier City. Soren saw the tower in the distance. It was Gloria's Wizard Tower. This was a relatively prosperous city. It could be seen that the people here were quite rich, and their faces did not look sallow and emaciated. The city lord of Glacier City was actually an official. It was not a title inherited from generation to generation, but a manager elected by the city council every 10 years. The real ruler here was the northern witch, Gloria in the Wizard Tower. The city lord was just her spokesperson. This was because the witches did not have the energy to manage too many trivial matters. This city was actually not big, but there were many shops and trade caravans coming and going. Soren did not stay in the city for too long. After eating a little, he headed in the direction of the Wizard Tower. It was a special territory. Usually, no one would go there because it was taboo to disturb the northern witches. Even Glacier City only sent a report of the city's income and expenditure every year, and then handled some things according to the requirements of the northern witches. Soren approached the Wizard Tower. However, just as he was about to enter, a disheveled figure suddenly appeared nearby. It was a coquettish woman who looked very familiar. When she noticed Soren's presence, she immediately gnashed her teeth because she was Gloria's mother. This was really a small world. Chapter 167. Inside the Wizard Tower. The coquettish woman glared at Soren all the way, but Soren's expression was very calm as he walked all the way up the Wizard Tower. Since Gloria already knew that they were coming, she naturally wouldn't let her mother do anything to him. Moreover, with Soren's current strength, even if he couldn't beat the coquettish woman in front of him, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. It could be seen that the relationship between Gloria and her mother was relatively stiff. Perhaps because of the uniqueness of the Northern Witches, they probably didn't have much interaction with each other. This was a very normal thing. Many wizards were focused on magic research, and if they had children, they would be more distant from them. For wizards who lived for hundreds of years, their attitude towards their children was very similar to that of the elves. The elves were famous for their indifference to family relationships, and most elven families lived together for a period of time during their childhood. After that, they would basically live separately, and even couples might live apart for a long time. The more powerful they were, the more so because they basically didn't need to raise their children themselves. This was slightly better in the palace and the royal family. At least they could live together for a long time during their childhood. Although Gloria didn't mention anything, Soren saw the coquettish woman's character and knew that she wouldn't be a good mother. The coquettish woman's face was stiff, as if she couldn't wait to kill Soren in front of her, but she couldn't figure out how much Soren's strength had improved. In such a short time, he was qualified to fight with her. This undoubtedly made her feel a little shocked, and she couldn't help but have a little more fear in her heart. She suspected that Soren was the son of God, because other than the son of God, she couldn't think of anyone else who could quickly advance to a grade 3 rogue in just a month. And it seemed that he was more dangerous than other rogues. The top of the Wizard Tower was quite spacious. When Soren saw Gloria, who was all alone in front of him, his face turned pale. It seemed that Vivian was really in trouble. Soren's gaze landed on Gloria's body. He could see that her face was slightly pale, and her silky long hair had a trace of silver. This change shocked him. "Your hair? What happened?" Gloria glanced behind him indifferently and said, "Mother, I'm sorry. I think you must be tired too. I've heard some things. You can stay here for a while, but you'd better leave as soon as possible, because you have violated the banishment punishment of the Witch Council. If Her Excellency the Eye of the North knows, you may be banished forever. Maybe you should take a good rest and think about how to deal with those drool." The coquettish woman had been banished, but she had escaped punishment first, and the Witch Council had no right to protect her. Gloria, as her daughter, could temporarily provide her protection because of family affection, but she couldn't stay here forever. Sooner or later, the Witch Council would find out, and the drool wouldn't let it go so easily. The coquettish woman's face was very ugly. She glanced at her daughter with a somewhat complicated expression and murmured, "Okay." After that, she turned and left the room. When she walked out of the door, her face became gloomy. In fact, she was almost at her wit's end. Because of the taboo experiments in the past, she was on the top 3 of the drool's blacklist. The Witch Council spent a lot of effort to temporarily appease the drool. Originally, she thought that she could quickly crack the secret of the Card of Fate and then become a legendary witch. But in fact, she couldn't even activate the power of the card. Her wizard tower and laboratory had been taken back by the Witch Council, and some important magic devices were also sealed. The drool was probably waiting for her to walk into the trap. A wizard could only rely on their own spell slots, and, after all, they couldn't fight against too many enemies. Before walking out of the room, she glanced at Soren and seemed to be thinking about something. When the coquettish woman walked out of the room, Gloria sighed softly and slowly said, "Mother escaped punishment." This made the Witch Council very angry, and some people proposed to imprison her permanently. Even I can't change that. She didn't seem to want to talk about this. She turned and looked at Soren and whispered, "I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Vivian. Some accidents have happened these days, and I can't do anything about it." Something that could render a high-grade northern witch helpless must have something to do with a legend. Soren took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "What happened?" Gloria raised her hand and lifted her long hair. There were strands of silver in it. She looked at Soren with a complicated expression. She could feel his rapid improvement in strength and slowly said, "Someone sneaked into my wizard tower. It was an assassin above the legendary level. It should be the legendary Hand of Despair. I was no match for him at all, but I didn't expect Vivian to suddenly awaken. She not only saved me, but also killed the legendary assassin. However, she called herself Lillian. The Witch of Fear, Lillian." Soren was shocked. Then the expression on his face instantly turned ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "Lillian? The Witch of Fear, Lillian?" A series of memories emerged in his mind. Amber City, before the start of the Time of Troubles, the first child of fear awakened. She was the Witch of Fear, the most powerful child of the Dreadlord, and the last host of the resurrection of the Dreadlord. This child of fear was naturally stronger than the other children of fear. The Dreadlord did not leave many children, but there were dozens of them. The great divine power was distributed among these children of fear. The Witch of Fear, Lillian, killed most of the children of fear. In the end, because she angered the Lady of Silvermoon, she was killed by the Lady of Silvermoon in a battle. History had been changed. However, when Soren heard this name, especially when it came from Vivian's mouth, his heart sank. Vivian is Lillian? No, Vivian is Vivian. How could it be Lillian? Lillian's consciousness must be controlled by the Dreadlord. After the child of fear awakened, her personality would easily change. It must be the will of the Dreadlord that affected her. No, I must find Vivian. If Vivian killed the other children of fear, then the divinity in her body would become stronger and stronger, and the will of the Dreadlord would become stronger and stronger. At that time, she would really become the Witch of Fear, Vivian. Although Soren was very anxious, he did not act rashly because he did not even know where Vivian was now. He asked about everything in detail and then fell into deep thought. Legends were appearing more and more frequently, but the name, Hand of Despair, reminded him of something. He seemed to have fought with this legendary assassin in the past. The location should be in the Shadow Plane. The opponent was a legendary rogue who had transformed into a shadowy life form. Killing him was as difficult as dealing with a lich. Although Soren had joined forces with others to kill him once, he did not completely kill him. This guy's soul was somewhere in the Shadow Plane. If he did not imprison his soul, he would only destroy his body at most. Soren looked up at Gloria in front of him and said with a hesitant expression, "Can you use prophecy to determine Vivian's location?" Gloria pondered for a moment. She unconsciously raised her hand and stroked her long hair. Her white fingertips twirled a strand of silver hair and then slowly said, "Yes, but I need to prepare." The price to pay for using prophecy to locate the children of fear was not low. There was a trace of gratitude in Soren's eyes. He gently bowed his head and said slowly, "Anyway, I am very grateful to you. In the future, I will repay you for everything you have done today." Gloria shook her head gently. Her expression was a little complicated, and she said faintly, "I also like Vivian very much. I can see my past self in her." As if she had seen something, she frowned slightly, looked at Soren's sword, and wondered, icing death. She knew this curved sword? Soren nodded gently and replied, yes. A weapon obtained in the Frost Kingdom. You know it? Yes. Gloria slowly walked over. She reached out and wanted to touch the curved sword, but she suddenly seemed to feel something. Her fingers trembled, and she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. It seemed that she was shivering because of the cold. Gloria's expression was a little incredulous. She murmured, it's really the same as the legend. You can't touch it unless it chooses its owner. But why can you use this curved sword? It seems that it can only be used by kind people. Is there a faction requirement? Soren's expression was quite surprised. He raised his hand and pulled out icing death. In his palm, the legendary curved sword emitted a faint white light. He did not seem to feel any abnormalities and could use it freely. This is impossible. Gloria's expression was very puzzled. She murmured, you don't seem to be a person who believes in kindness, do you? Could it be? Soren seemed to remember something. His expression was a little incredulous. He quickly opened his data display. Omnipotent hands, legendary skill, weakened soul. It was still in a state where it could not be used. Soren stretched out his finger and stroked the curved sword in his hand. He did not feel the slightest repulsion. If the legendary curved sword in his hand really had a faction requirement, then the only possibility that he could still use it was that his omnipotent hands was still in a sealed state, but it had already taken effect. There was some special legendary equipment in this world. To use them, one must meet certain requirements. If they could not be met, they might not be able to play a role, and they might even hurt themselves. Most of the northern witches believed in the principle of neutrality, so Gloria shivered slightly when she touched it, because she felt a bone-piercing cold. If the deviation was too severe, it might even be hurt by the energy on the weapon. For example, creatures of the evil alignment would be hurt by legendary items with a kind requirement. This kind of weapon often had a trace of spirituality, and it must have gone through a long period of time. Maybe it was because its previous owner had killed too many evil beings, or it had been blessed with some special spells. There were many weapons in the Underdark and the Abyss that could only be used by the evil alignment. If the omnipotent hands did not work, then Soren should have been hurt by the cold when he touched it. This kind of legendary item was not rare. The most iconic one was the weapon of the Paladins. Their legendary weapons must be shrouded in holy power. If too many evil creatures were killed, it might even produce a faction requirement. Some of them would awaken spiritual consciousness, subconsciousness. When they found an evil target, they would automatically attack the enemy, like the level 7 spell, Sword of Mordenkainen. Chapter 168. Did the omnipotent hands really recover? Soren was still not completely sure, because the requirements for legendary equipment were still a little weak, and it was possible to forcibly suppress it with power. For example, some abyssal weapons could be used after being purified to reduce the requirement for alignment. If something happened to this legendary curved sword in the past, or if it was forcefully erased by someone, then the requirement for using it would be much more relaxed. Perhaps it could really be used by people from the evil alignment. The best tools to test the omnipotent hands were divine artifacts and soulbound equipment. The former was basically impossible to erase the requirement for alignment, and to change it, the gods had to do it themselves. The latter had soul imprints on them, and most of them were made by legendary spellcasters. After completion, they could only be used by themselves or their descendants. Among them, there were 3 legendary rings. One was in the hands of an elf, one was in the hands of a dwarf, and the last one was inherited by an ancient human family. These 3 rings were legendary items that were soul-bound and could only be worn by direct descendants. Otherwise, it must be a legendary thief with omnipotent hands. Soren originally wanted to make a legendary soul-bound ring, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a legendary spellcaster with a profession level of 25 or above to cooperate. If possible in the future, he still wanted to make a ring because the soul imprint had a special effect. Note: ring in the hands of a human plus 1 legendary spell slot. In a dark room. Soren stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. Because he didn't have a divine artifact, he couldn't test the omnipotent hands. Gloria was preparing a prophecy to determine Vivian's location. She had to wait until the prophecy was complete. He was a little confused now. He was worried about Vivian's safety, but he was also afraid that Lillian would wake up completely. He had fought against the will of the Dread Lord before, so he naturally knew how terrifying the will of a god was. At the top of the wizard tower, the figure of a beautiful woman appeared on the astrology platform. She glanced at her daughter and said slowly, "You've already exhausted your life. Why do you still want to use the divination ritual?" Gloria was wearing a white robe, and her long hair was dancing in the wind. She didn't look back at her and just said, "You don't have to care about my business." The beautiful woman seemed to be angry and said with dissatisfaction, "Idiot, you're playing with your life. Don't you know the price of prophesying a son of God? You will only drag yourself into a quagmire. In my opinion, it would have been better to capture them earlier. Perhaps we could have used some experiments to extract the divinity from them. Soren should also be a god's child, right? Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have increased so quickly." Gloria frowned slightly and turned to look at her mother. She slowly said, "Did you come here today just to tell me this?" The beautiful woman's face stiffened. After a moment of silence, she sighed, "You can do whatever you want. I just hope that you won't regret it in the future." "Regret?" Gloria raised her hand and gently lifted her long hair. There seemed to be an extra strand of silver on it. She shook her head and said, "You chose your own path. There's no need to regret anything. Moreover, I have a strange premonition that something terrible will happen in the future. Being by their side makes my premonition even stronger. I feel like I'm touching the river of fate. That was a flood, but I chose my side in advance. I like that little girl, and I'm willing to help her and stand by her side. Look at the sky. Have you noticed that the stars that represent the gods are a little dim? Maybe the appearance of the son of fear is just the beginning." The beautiful woman's expression froze for a moment. She looked at the stars in the sky, but unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. She was a master of evocation and enchantment spells, but she didn't do much research on prophecy. Her daughter was a master of prophecy. Even the Eye of the North was amazed by her talent. Inexplicably, she believed that her daughter had indeed felt something, or rather, seen something. The gods had been silent for a long time. It was because of this that she fled from the banished land. She thought that Drool had no energy to take care of her. Unfortunately, she still underestimated Drool's stubbornness and her own reputation. "Mother," Gloria sighed, softly and slowly said, "You have violated the rules of the Witch Council. Your behavior of escaping punishment has made the Eye of the North angry. Although she won't take you back herself, she won't stop Drool from taking action. You'd better leave here and live in seclusion in a place where they can't find you. Maybe when the changes really start, those Drool won't be in the mood to pursue what you did in the past." The beautiful woman's expression gradually became angry, and her voice was a little sharp. "What do those idiots know? They don't know how great my research is. If I can succeed, the arcane empire will be revived because of my existence. The unprecedented arcane era will be started by me." Gloria frowned slightly and sighed. "Mother, I don't think so. Unfortunately, you still failed. Although I don't know what you found in the ruins in the desert, I know that the core knowledge of the arcane empire has been lost. The research you carried out only brought terrible damage and irreversible energy radiation. You probably don't know that the place where you carried out the experiment has mutated, right? The Northern Witches and the Drool Order have joined forces to block all the news and set up a maze in that area to prevent other creatures from entering." "What?" There was a trace of surprise on the beautiful woman's face, and she murmured, "Mutated, but my research is almost successful. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. As long as I can figure out the energy core that supported the operation of the floating city during the Arcane Empire, I can create a new era." Her expression seemed to be very disappointed and a little hysterical. She suddenly looked up and said, "There's still a chance. as long as I can enter the legendary realm. I'll be qualified to enter the clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror. As long as I can find the energy core that runs the floating city, I'll be able to build my very own floating city. At that time, no one will dare to threaten me, exile me, or hunt me down. I'll become a great arcanist who can stand side by side with the gods. Daughter, will you help me? Gloria sighed softly and shook her head. Mother, haven't you woken up yet? Since the disappearance of the Arcane Empire until now, so many forces have tried to find the core secrets of the Arcane Empire. But what happened in the end? The goblins originally had good alchemy skills. As the servants of the arcanists, they had a lot of knowledge, but they were almost completely destroyed in a terrible explosion. Now, they can only survive in the desert near the sea. The dwarves also tried to find the secrets of the Arcane Empire, but their cities were completely destroyed and buried deep underground by the collapsed mountains. The Wizard Alliance has been secretly conducting research for thousands of years, but except for a few destructive explosions, there are almost no results. Mother, it's too dangerous. A little mistake, and that terrible power will bring a devastating disaster. Give up on the element obliteration research. The beautiful woman took a step back and shook her head firmly. No, I won't give up. Half of my life has been spent on this research. Good daughter, I know you hate me. I've never fulfilled the responsibility of a mother. But please believe me, you're the only person I care about in this world. If the research hadn't reached the most critical point, I wouldn't have given you to the Eye of the North to raise. Gloria took a deep look at her and sighed. Mother, I'm sorry. Actually, I don't hate you. In fact, I've always been vague about your existence. In my childhood memories, the number of times you appeared could be counted on one hand. By the time I started to understand things, your experiments had brought about a terrible disaster. Many innocent lives were lost, and the people nearby were forced to migrate to other places. When I started to know you, you were already imprisoned in Whiterun. At that time, you were no longer the you in my memory. Do you know? Until now, I still can't see you clearly. As your daughter, my only request is that you give up this dangerous experiment. With your current strength and wisdom, you can't control this terrible power. The beautiful woman was silent. Finally, she looked up at Gloria in front of her, then turned and walked outside. She didn't escape just for freedom. She refused. She felt that the gap between her and her daughter was getting bigger and bigger, but she really wasn't willing to give up because she believed that as long as she crossed this threshold, she would be comparable to the gods. At that time, her daughter would naturally know that it was her fault. She wasn't an incompetent idiot in the Wizard Alliance, nor was she a low-intelligence goblin or a stupid dwarf. In fact, she had already completed part of her experiment. Otherwise, the damage would have been more than this. She had to find a way to get back what belonged to her, no matter the price. She needed an ally. Since her daughter wasn't willing to help her, she could only look for a new ally. Arcane Empire. In the ancient and glorious Arcane era, she didn't need to complete all the research. As long as she could find the core secret of the floating city, she wouldn't be afraid even if it was the gods. She wouldn't give up so easily. Because of this, she had been imprisoned for more than 10 years. P.S. There's another update today. It won't be later. Chapter 169. The night passed quickly. When Soren saw Gloria again, he found that there was another strand of silver hair on her head, which made him feel a little guilty. Prophecy spells came with a price, especially when it came to predicting Vivian's location. The price was even greater. After all, Vivian's identity was the child of fear, and the price of prophesying her was probably comparable to the fate of a king. Soren's heart was full of gratitude, and this was the first time he felt that he owed someone so much. South. Mountains. Near the sea. Gloria's expression was still so calm and indifferent. She quietly looked at Soren and slowly said, "The last card is a snake. I don't know what it means, but it must be related to the whereabouts of Vivian." The snake represented a lot. The complicated meaning was difficult to infer in a short time. In some beliefs, the snake represented wisdom, but it could also mean something else. Even if Gloria was a northern witch who was proficient in divination, it was difficult to predict anything clearly. The legendary prophecy spell could only make a rough prediction, and this was the same even if it was cast by the gods. Otherwise, the believers of fear would have found Vivian long ago and wouldn't have waited for Soren to take her away from Amber City. Soren bowed slightly again, then turned and walked out of the wizard tower. Now that there was a clue, it was much easier than searching aimlessly. At least it wouldn't be as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, he had traveled the whole continent and even went to the outer islands several times. In his memory, there were not many places where he could connect the south, the mountains, and the sea. It was very likely to be near a city near the sea. The last card representing the snake was the key to finding Vivian, and Soren didn't know what it meant. Soren left. He was not a person who was good at communicating with words, and he didn't know what he should say. He was grateful to Gloria and was willing to repay her, but he was still too weak. Even if he was promoted to grade 3 in a month, he was still very weak in front of Gloria. He couldn't compare with the northern, which in terms of wealth, and he wasn't as strong as Gloria, so there was almost no way he could repay her. The only thing Soren could do was to remember all of this in his heart and wait until the day he was strong enough to repay her for her help today. Gloria didn't go with them. She stood at the top of the tower and silently watched Soren leave. She then reached out her hand and touched her heart. The wound there had not yet healed. The appearance of the Hand of Despair had strengthened her determination to reach the realm of legends. She was now moving towards the realm of legends. In fact, she had divined more than once last night. She had also divined something else. The prophecy told her that Soren would find Vivian because their fates were intertwined. The northern witch's silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was still so beautiful. She looked into the distance and murmured, "Soren, I'm afraid you're also a son of God. But whose bloodline did you inherit?" Promoted to grade 3 in a month. This was something Gloria didn't even dare to think about. She was sure that Soren had some kind of power. The beautiful woman stood in front of the window. When Soren left, she had already felt it. She looked at the back of the gradually disappearing figure and whispered, "Who is he? His half-brother and half-sister are both sons of God. Is his mother also a descendant of God?" She couldn't help but fall into deep thought, as if she was thinking about something. The City of Wealth. There is an endless stream of caravans going in and out of the city. Merchants with rich faces could be seen bargaining everywhere. From time to time, they would even say, "Oh, goddess of wealth," and then ask the other party to lower the price a little bit more. This was the center of the southern coastal trade. The open canal connected the inland, and the geographical location near the Soros Islands was convenient for shipping. This was the city with the most developed trade. It was also the place that the goddess of wealth paid attention to. There was the largest temple of wealth here, and every transaction was worth thousands of Kindler coins. The merchants were all believers of the goddess of wealth. This city was so rich that even the buildings liked to be painted with golden paint. Of course, it wasn't really gilding, but just the kind of paint that looked golden after being painted. The overdeveloped trade also stimulated all kinds of dark depravity and the pursuit of pleasure. This was also the place where the goddess of pleasure developed her believers. Whether it was a luxurious banquet or a variety of unique enjoyment, as long as you could afford it, the priests of the goddess of pleasure would prepare it for you. They could even invite the priests of the goddess of love to attend. While this city maintained its prosperity, it was also full of all kinds of evil situations. Countless eyes looking for wealth were cast here. Even with the power of the temple to maintain the balance, the sewers here never lacked corpses. Copper Kettle Tavern. The hustle and bustle here almost alerted the guards outside. A large group of drunkards, tourists, and adventurers laughed loudly as they looked at the halfling standing on the table in front of them. From time to time, they would shout for another round of singing. Next to him, there was a depressed bard. Almost no one ordered his pitiful songs anymore. Everyone's attention was attracted by the drunken halfling. Although he seemed to be completely drunk, there was a guy who wanted to take the money bag from him, and he was directly knocked down by him. This skill made many people exclaim. The adventurers next to him also looked at each other and evaluated each other's strength. Skillful rogues were very popular everywhere. There were always such people on the adventure journey. Aladdin held a wine glass that was bigger than his face and raised it high. After taking a sip, he burped and said, "The situation at that time was very dangerous. A total of 10 feet tall earth elementals surrounded us. Its arm was thicker than the pillar. With a punch, the ground would be a pit. If I was careless and was touched by them, it was possible to meet the Grim Reaper directly. But fortunately, I had a companion with good skills. Although his skills were still a little worse than mine, but he still helped me pin down 2 enemies. The situation at that time was really dangerous. I fought back alone under the encirclement of 3 earth elementals. If it weren't for my short stature, I would have been naturally agile. It would have been impossible to avoid their attacks. But I still had to take care of my companion, who was a little worse than me. Goddess of wealth above. I almost thought I was going to die here. What followed was a thrilling process. How the brave and powerful halfling Aladdin defeated 5 earth elementals in an absolutely inferior situation, and at the same time saved his companion, who was a little worse than him. The other guests in the tavern clearly knew that he was bragging, but they couldn't resist this guy's eloquence. The tone of the story was full of suspense, and from time to time, he could imitate the situation at that time. It was really very immersive. After being treated to 3 drinks in a row, Aladdin finally finished telling this wonderful adventure story. He wisely defeated a large group of earth elementals, and at the critical moment, he took his companion, who was a little worse than him, and used the gap in the valley to avoid the awakening earth giant. After completing his daily bragging routine, Aladdin walked out of the Copper Kettle Tavern with a swagger. At this moment, he was a little different from before. The clothes he was wearing were much more exquisite, and there were also some scattered decorations. It seemed that after selling the gemstones, his wealth had increased a lot. After he walked out of the tavern, he took a detour to a small alley, untied his belt to pee, and a money bag appeared in his hand. He obviously had a drunken look, but he weighed it with a smile on his face and said, "Today's harvest is not bad. I didn't spend any money on drinking, and I even made a fortune from Fool. Sure enough, the south is better. The weather is warm, and the sun is bright. It's much easier to make money." Aladdin shook a little, put away the money bag, and then turned around and walked towards the place where he lived. He still had a drunken look, and from time to time, people would greet him. It seemed that he was doing well these days, and he had a little reputation in the neighborhood. All of a sudden, he seemed to have seen something, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He shook his head, raised his hand to rub the corner of his eyes, and then murmured, "Am I seeing things? Why did I just see Vivian? An illusion. It must be an illusion. She went to the north with Soren. It seems that I'm really drunk. Huh." Chapter 170. Quicksand Ferry. This was the intersection between the north and the south. The lake water from the snowy mountain flowed down and divided into 2 rivers, one north and one south. In the middle was a large delta area. Due to excessive reclamation and deforestation, this place had once suffered serious soil erosion. The sandy soil rushed into the surging river, causing the entire river to appear somewhat turbid and yellowish. If it wasn't for Drool's intervention, there might be another terrible disaster like the Yellow River changing its course. At least in Soren's geographical knowledge, this place was similar to the 800 miles Liangshan Lake because of the river changing its course. This was the territory of the intelligent lizard men. They were different from the small lizard men in the wilderness. These creatures knew how to build a village and make weapons. They were protected by a weak god called the God of the Lizardmen. Every once in a while, these lizardmen would try to trade with the nearby humans. They would use the gemstones and gold coins they found to buy a lot of food and supplies. Weapons were prohibited. The lizardmen's nature was fickle and cunning. They attacked humans from time to time. Even the greediest merchants didn't dare to sell weapons to them on a large scale. Large groups of lizardmen were scattered in this lake. They were amphibious creatures, so this was the most suitable place for them to live. The nearby humans believed in the god of justice. With the delta as the center, the laws within a radius of 150 kilometers were stricter than other places. Even if there was a slight violation of the law, it could be punished. The priest of the god of justice was also a judge. Many of his followers became guards. Here, people who were evil would be excluded. It was like the Underdark ridiculing people who were good and seeing them as weak. Every place had its own customs and rules. If you didn't have the corresponding knowledge, you would soon run into trouble. Soren's figure appeared near the delta. He took off his hood. The guard of the god of justice thought that people who hid their heads and tails were easy to be bad guys. This might attract more attention. Compared to other cities, this place was much cleaner. Even the buildings seemed to be in good order. The god of justice was a relatively good god. Although he leaned towards the lawful good god, he wasn't as extreme as other lawful good gods. However, his priest was also famous for being stubborn. For so many years, he had been trying to promote the idea that the prince was as guilty as the common people. Unfortunately, this doctrine had always been strongly rejected by the nobles. Even the nobles here had only compromised to the point where they had to be punished. For example, if a noble killed an innocent civilian, they would have to pay compensation or be punished in other ways, or even be stripped of their status. However, he would not be executed. This was a relatively kind-hearted place. Although there was a semi-slavery system, indiscriminate executions of slaves would result in fines. Slaves in other places were completely equivalent to private property. Slavery was widespread in this world, but there were strict requirements. Slaves had to have corresponding identification and contract documents. The black market slave trade had always been an industry that the paladins had severely cracked down on. Soren planned to take a boat south from here. This was the fastest way to get to the seaside. It only took 1 or 2 days to reach Shipwreck Bay, which was close to the Soros Islands and the City of Wealth. It was once called Booty Bay. The main reason was that it was once the center of trade with the tropical jungle. Due to the special geographical environment, many ships filled with wealth hit the rocks and sank nearby. It took a long time for humans to find a safe route there. Navigating in Shipwreck Bay was the most popular job. Soren had cleaned up the dark-tide murlocs there. These creatures had found a lot of underwater treasures, but unfortunately, they rarely went to the land. Note, undead guards. To deal with them, one had to use underwater breathing potions, and they had to fight in a swimming state. Soren was not very suitable for this kind of battle, so he did not stay for too long. Underwater combat was too difficult to master. Soren paid 15 Kindler coins and then found a merchant ship going south. The bottom cabin was filled with goods, and the top cabin had some high-end rooms. A round trip could earn hundreds of Kindler coins. These ships were all owned by the Chamber of Commerce, and the guards were not worse than the caravans. When Soren went up, he saw more than 20 guards, and there was even a guard captain who was above grade 3. This kind of life was no doubt much easier than adventuring, and it could even bring a family a better life. There was not much danger on the river. A few years ago, there were lizard men who attacked ships, but now that the guardian of the lizard men had fallen into a deep slumber, those unruly bastards had become much quieter. Soren booked a first-class room. It was above the cabin, and the decorations were not bad. A sailor led him to the door and left with a respectful look on his face. After all, the profession of a wizard was very intimidating. Because the ship would sway when sailing, there were hammocks and wooden beds that were fixed. The tables and chairs were directly attached to the wall. Most of the things were fixed, or else they would break easily. Soren took off his wizard robe and took out a book to read. He bought some books when he passed by the city. The sailing environment was not suitable for magic research, and he did not like to just sit around, so he might as well read some books. There was never too much knowledge. Soon, the merchant ship swayed slightly. It seemed that they had set sail to the south. The ship was sailing smoothly for now, but the later parts were a bit more troublesome. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to meditate or research magic. If you were not careful, you might get hurt. Anything related to magic required a certain degree of concentration. Footsteps could be heard from outside. Soren hung his robe on the wall and sat on the bed to read. The door of the room next to his opened, and it seemed that the person who lived next to him was the guest. Bang! There was a slight noise, as if someone's back had bumped into the wall. Soren's listening skills had improved a lot recently, and he was very sensitive to certain sounds. Sometimes, he could even tell what was going on outside based on the sound, such as whether the footsteps were fast or slow, the mood of the passerby, what they were doing, and so on. The basic skills might not seem like much, but the effect of the accumulation of experience was very shocking. Soren seemed to have heard the sound of panting. This made him frown slightly, and he put down the book in his hand. The sound from next door was obviously louder, and he could vaguely hear the moans of a woman and the panting of a man. There was another bang on the wall, and the other side was probably the wooden bed that was fixed to the wall. The guest next door seemed to be a bit too impatient, and he actually wanted to go to bed as soon as he got on the ship. The ship swayed a little. Then there was the sound of a woman's laughter and a man's slight cry of pain, as if he had bumped into something. After a while, there was a creaking sound, and the panting became more and more obvious. Soren couldn't help but frown. He really didn't like hearing this sound, especially when he had been restraining himself for a long time. There was a faint sound. Dear, are we going to be rich now? Rich? Creak, creak. Phew, that's right. We're going to be rich. Wait until we bring this back. Karen, Dina, Countess will definitely be willing to buy it at a high price. The sound was a little fainter. Soren heard the rest of the words intermittently, and it wasn't very clear. It seemed to be saying that vain woman always wanted to seduce Prince William. Unfortunately, she's not very beautiful. She always wanted. Phew. This thing is said to increase one's charm. Her father is a rich businessman. He mined a gold mine. She'll definitely be willing to pay a high price. The woman's moans became louder, and the creaking sound became more rapid. After a while, the sound gradually became softer, and the man's tired voice could be heard. Dear, why don't you try it first? No way. Creak. It said that this thing has a curse. We can sell it to her. Why do you care so much? As long as she's willing to pay. It said that in order to seduce Prince William, she's tried some forbidden methods to make herself more beautiful. Once we get the money, we'll go far away. Then the sound disappeared. Soren couldn't help but stand up and walk around a little. There were no footsteps, and the other party didn't seem to have noticed that there was someone next door. The guest rooms in the cabin were separated by a thick wooden board. In fact, the soundproofing was very poor. Soren's face showed a thoughtful expression. He seemed to be a little moved because everything that the other party mentioned seemed to be related to a rare item. It could increase one's charm. It seemed to be some kind of special equipment. Did the people next door find one of them? Soren was itching to get his hands on it. Rare items weren't easy to get, and items that could increase one's attributes were even rarer. It was possible that the other party found a legendary item. As for the cursed item, it didn't matter. There were many cursed items in this world, and any rare item from the evil faction was cursed in the eyes of ordinary people. He just didn't know how strong the two people next door were, but they were definitely not ordinary people. People who could get their hands on this kind of equipment were basically skilled. Soren opened the window and looked at the sky outside. He quickly made up his mind. He planned to take action after dark. Soren was not a person who advocated kindness. With a piece of rare-grade equipment beside him, he would more or less have some thoughts about it. P.S. Due to a delay today, the second update will be a little late. Chapter 171. The sky gradually turned dark. The merchant ship didn't stop. This river was relatively safe, and the person at the helm was also an experienced person. If there were no accidents, it would take a day and a half to reach Shipwreck Bay, which was the estuary of this river. At night, there were noises coming from the room next door. It seemed that the man and woman were quite energetic, and they even went to the hammock to have sex. Soren's expression was quite calm. He was just quietly waiting for the opportunity, and from time to time, he would pay attention to the movements outside. Stealing was not a good idea. The other party was in the room, and in such a small space, it would be troublesome if they weren't legendary rogues. Moreover, there was still a long way to go. If the other party found out that something was stolen, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Soren was a person who hated trouble, so sometimes he would be more ruthless. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to be a good person. If he wanted to do it, he had to be fast because there were other sailors in the cabin and there were merchant ship guards on the deck. These were all unexpected factors, and they certainly didn't want anyone to have an accident on the ship. Time passed little by little. Soren patiently waited for the arrival of midnight. The man and woman next door had done it 3 times in a row, and they seemed to be really tired. He also heard the man snoring. From time to time, merchant ship guards would pass by once every hour, mainly to patrol the cabin's cargo. After all, the value of these goods was not low. The sailors would work in shifts. There was a large area of hammocks below, the kind where the 2 ends were hung with gauze nets. There were 2 groups of people in the first half of the night and the second half of the night. The situation on the deck was unknown, and Soren basically didn't go out today. No one came to disturb him, because people knew that wizards had a strange temper. The food was in the kitchen, and the guests could get it if they wanted. If no one came to take the initiative to get it, no one would send it over. After all, this was a merchant ship, not a passenger ship. Soren's fingers tapped on the table lightly. He was calculating the patrol time. The merchant ship guards would appear once every 10 minutes. Their footsteps were 3 people, and they would occasionally talk a few words. Then they would enter the cabin, walk around a little, and go to the deck. Soren narrowed his eyes and waited for the footsteps to fade away before he turned around and picked up his clothes. Then he slowly pulled out his scimitar. It was not the legendary curved sword obtained by the Frost Kingdom, but the one he had at the beginning. The legendary curved sword was too eye-catching. Creak! Soren gently opened the door without alerting anyone. His figure blended into the darkness, and his stealth ability made him completely invisible in the shadows. He carefully walked to the next door, and then a set of lock-picking tools appeared in his hands. Soren was quite familiar with his old profession. He moved a little and heard a slight click. He had already pried open the door. The people inside did not wake up. They seemed to be in deep sleep. They had been tossing and turning for quite some time. Soren gently pushed open the door. His palms were steady, and he was careful not to make any noise. His night vision allowed him to see everything inside clearly. The scene inside was rather lewd. Women's clothes and dresses were thrown on the ground, along with many small trinkets. There were weapons at the foot of the bed. The other party should also be an adventurer, but he looked like a warrior because the muscles on the man's body were clearly defined. Some of them were very strong and obvious. The woman was curled up in the corner of the bed. Her hair was fiery red, her back was white, her hips were full, her breasts were full, and her legs were slender and strong. She looked quite beautiful. She should also be a professional because Soren saw the calluses on her palms near the area between her thumb and index finger. His rich experience told him that the other party was good at using short weapons. There was only the sound of breathing in the room and the man's snoring from time to time. Creak! Soren quietly closed the door and then quietly crept over. In an instant, he struck like lightning, directly stabbing his curved sword into the other party's heart on the spot. Originally, he intended to knock out the 2 people, but since the man was a warrior, his fortitude must be very high. Soren's strength was probably not as good as his, and the possibility of alerting others was too high. So, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly stabbed the man to death. Then, In an instant, he grabbed the woman's throat. Bang! There was a slight sound of impact. The sound was a little abrupt, but did not alert the sailors below. The woman opened her eyes in an instant. She opened her mouth and wanted to scream, but her beautiful face was full of fear. Because Soren was tightly choking her throat, she could not make any sound. She could only kick her legs against the deck. The sound made Soren frown, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Then he twisted his wrist, and with a crisp crack, the woman's neck was directly broken. A faint smell of blood appeared. Soren frowned and covered the blood, then stacked the two bodies together. Some people were very sensitive to the smell of blood, so it was best for him to do something to reduce the smell of blood here. A row of data appeared. Activated backstab. 85 piercing damage to target. Target killed. Extracting soul energy. Received 550 slaughter EXP. Activated garrote. 24 bruise damage to target. Target's neck broken. Trigger test of death. Target's fortitude failed. Target killed. Extracting soul energy. Received 350 slaughter EXP. The man was stabbed in the heart by Soren, which was equivalent to activating backstab. He died on the spot. The woman was attacked by garrote, which caused bruise damage, but because her neck was broken, she died from the test of death. The two people's profession levels were not high, probably around grade 2. Soren could easily deal with them. He did not even use any skills. Just normal attacks were enough to kill them. This made him lower his expectations for rare grade items. Unless they were extremely lucky, it was basically impossible for them to find anything good. Soren began to search the room. He found a lot of miscellaneous items. These two guys didn't have any rare grade equipment on them. They only had some ordinary military goods. However, he soon found a special item. It was a rather large cloak that was dark red in color. It looked very gorgeous and smooth to the touch, as if it was made of silk. This should be the extraordinary item that they were talking about. Soren tried to appraise the item, and soon saw a row of data. Item type: Sorrow of the Moe, Aqua Spirit Cloak +2, Item grade: Grade 2 Legendary, Item description: This is a cursed cloak. Normal Aqua Spirit cloaks are made from the hair of Aqua Spirits, but this one is made from the skin of an Aqua Spirit that was born in a river called the Moe. The whole process was very bloody and cruel. The creator cruelly skinned a high-grade Aqua Spirit and then used her hair to weave this legendary equipment. Compared to normal Aqua Spirit cloaks, this equipment was more powerful, but it also had the curse of the dead left on it. Equipment requirement: Vitality 12 and above. Equipment effect: Charm +2, up to 25 points. Equipment effect: Charm person once a day. This legendary equipment can charm a person once a day. No casting action is required, and the ability to charm a person can be instantaneously cast. Special effect: Berserk Succubus, once every 3 days. This legendary equipment can activate Berserk Succubus once every 3 days. It doesn't require any casting action. It can instantly activate Berserk Succubus with spell-like ability. A legendary equipment? Soren's face showed a hint of surprise. The Aqua Spirit Cloak was a rare grade equipment. Aqua Spirits and Dryads were both beautiful creatures that were the embodiment of nature. Dryads were slightly more common. Many legendary wizards liked to transplant Dryads as their servants or concubines to warm their beds. Aqua Spirits were much rarer. They were the embodiment of rivers, and they had many special abilities. Even wizards would have a hard time finding them. These two creatures belonged to special supernatural life forms and had the innate ability to charm magic. Dryads, Aqua Spirits, Succubus, and lustful demons. These were 4 creatures that were born with extraordinary charm. When they reached adulthood, their charm would be 20 points, and they had the ability to instantaneously cast special charm spells. Ordinary Aqua Spirit cloaks were made with their hair, and then enchanted with special spells. Under normal circumstances, it would increase charm by 1 point, and occasionally it would have additional effects. The aqua spirit cloak in front of him was made with a special method. It was similar to the human skin cloak. Not only was it made with aqua spirit's hair, but it was also made with her skin. No wonder it had the curse of the aqua spirits. This equipment reminded Soren of the human skin cloak in the abyss. That cloak was also a legendary equipment, and it gave +3 charm to creatures of the evil faction. Wearing such a cloak required a certain amount of mental strength. Soren gave up the human skin magic armor because of his resistance. In the end, he wore the legendary dragon skin armor, which was less stressful. He gently touched the cloak with his finger, as if he had sensed something. It was a wailing illusion, and there was indeed the curse of the dead soul entwining around it. Soren's wisdom wasn't high enough. If his wisdom was high enough, he could feel more, and he could even communicate with the souls on it. Soren quickly put away the legendary cloak. Then he began to deal with the corpse. He would arrive at Shipwreck Bay tomorrow, and he had to do a little cleaning to make sure no one would find it. As for what would happen later, he didn't care at all because he had already left. Chapter 172. Shipwreck Bay. This was a unique port city. The location of the port occupied a third of the city. A 10-meter-tall lighthouse divided the port into two. On the left were merchant ships that ran river transport, and on the right were large ships that ran sea transport. The city seemed to be a bit noisy. Men with swords and knives could be seen everywhere. Due to the special geographical environment, Shipwreck Bay was a bit chaotic. The forces of the gods were also intertwined. It was also the largest port near the south coast to sell stolen goods. Soren glanced around and found that 3 or 4 groups of people had gathered. There were either local gangs or pirates who hunted on the sea. The forces of the temples here were more mixed. There were priests who believed in the Lord of Storms, priests who believed in the sea goddess, and other gods who protected the evil and illegal trade in the shadows. This was a chaotic area, and it was best not to cause any trouble. Soren was wearing a dark red cloak, which made him slightly eye-catching. The others could not help but take a second look at him. A young man looked around sneakily and then stumbled over. Soren frowned and instantly grabbed the young man's wrist. He then twisted his hand and put the young man on the ground. There was a scream. There were obviously 3 or 5 men who wanted to come over, but Soren had already let go of his hand. He coldly looked at the young man kneeling on the ground and slowly said, "Keep your eyes open. Next time, be careful not to lose your life." This was a thief. There was a group of people like this in almost every city. They liked to rob foreigners, and under the protection of the local gangs, they would hand over most of the stolen goods to the local gangs. Soren used to do this kind of thing. He would steal from the docks and look for easy targets. Foreigners were the priority because they were unfamiliar with the place and were easier to deal with. However, this guy was a bit blind to steal from him. Maybe it was because Soren did not wear any weapons, and because he had changed his cloak, no wizard symbol could be seen. Black silk gloves and a delicate dark red cloak. Soren was a little eye-catching. Occasionally, some women would look at him, and when they saw his handsome face, they would blush or stare at him a few more times. Due to his half-elf bloodline, he was already quite charming. Now that he was equipped with a cold, arrogant, and luxurious cloak, it was obvious that he was even more handsome than before. No matter how you looked at it, the cloak made Soren look cold and gloomy, like a noble with a slightly arrogant air. The external manifestation of this kind of charm was to leave a deep impression on people after seeing it, or to be inadvertently stunned. The former was for men, the latter was for women. Soren's charm was originally 16 points, and now that it had increased to 18 points, he felt as if he had just met Gloria for the first time. He was shocked by her aura, and it left a deep impression on him, even though he had never seen her face before. Soren seemed to be a little uncomfortable with this kind of attention. He couldn't help but frown slightly, then turned and walked toward the alley. Having high charm had its benefits, but it also had its corresponding troubles. People with extraordinary charm could easily become the main character in a crowd. At first glance, They would look like cranes in a flock of chickens. This was not necessarily a good thing for a rogue. Someone sneakily followed him, and after a few glances, they walked away. Gangs like to pay attention to some special people, and sometimes these guys would even sell information. However, Soren was looking for a different group of people. Gangs were mostly people who couldn't be seen in public. He was looking for an organization that specialized in selling information. These people were the real, well-informed, local bullies. People who had never entered the gray realm would not recognize the code signs on the streets and alleys. Even adventurers would need experienced rogues to lead the way. Soren had come into contact with almost all the top gray realm organizations, so he quickly found an inconspicuous sign and then turned to the location of an underground casino in the depths of the alley. There was a strong thug at the door. When he noticed that Soren was an unfamiliar face, he couldn't help but frown, but then he forced a smile because Soren showed a special emblem. "I want to ask for some information. Take me to your boss, or I'll twist your head off." Soren's expression was indifferent, but the other party could not help but shudder. He quickly led Soren to the back. Inside was a group of gamblers, nearby residents, coolies who made a living at the docks, and occasionally ferocious-looking pirates. Soren followed him up the stairs. There was a circle of thugs standing around lazily. There must be a lot of people in a place like this. When Soren reached the second floor, he heard a woman yelling. He kicked the door open and walked in. There were two seductive prostitutes in the room. Their faces were covered with heavy, smoky makeup. Their eyelids were black, and their lips were bright red. These women even dared to apply arsenic on their faces. The two women were stacked together. The one in front was moving up and down, while the one behind was twisting and rubbing. Below them was the person Soren was looking for. He was a big man with a somewhat cold face. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the intruder. His face instantly turned ugly, as if he was about to get angry. "Get them out of here." Soren sat directly opposite him, and then flashed an emblem in front of the other party's eyes. The next moment, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he hurriedly asked the two women to get out. It was a special mass symbol. At first glance, it was a little scary. He didn't dare to carefully observe the authenticity of the emblem, so he quickly tidied up and stood up. The expression of the local bully was surprising. The two women looked at each other and walked out honestly. Before leaving, they looked at Soren a few more times. One of the women even shook her chest at him. "Your Excellency." The man in front of him stood up and looked a little restrained. "What do you need from me?" Soren's expression was still very arrogant. He glanced at him as if he didn't care, and slowly said, "I want to know all the news about the Son of Fear." Clang! He directly threw out a money bag, and a few glittering Kindler coins jumped out. The man's eyes were immediately attracted. At this moment, Soren's pupils became a little evil. He looked directly at the man's eyes and said, "Tell me everything you know. Don't hide anything, or you should know the consequences." Fear eyes. Charm humans. The man in front of him seemed to be shocked by the gaze, and then his expression was stunned for a moment. The next moment, he returned to his original appearance. He stood up respectfully and nodded. "Your Excellency, don't worry. I will never hide anything." Time passed quickly. When Soren came out of the room, he frowned slightly. Only after his men had left the underground casino did the gloomy man come back to his senses. He muttered, "What happened to me just now? Why did I tell him everything?" He couldn't help but tremble, and his expression seemed to be a little scared. But when he saw the money bag in front of him, he quickly took it. Anyway, the other party paid for it. The man shook his head and said, "This guy is too dangerous. There's no need to provoke him." In the alley, Soren walked towards the location of the hotel. Charm spells were still so useful in inquiring about information, but it used to be done by warlocks. Now he could also cast spells himself. The effect of charm humans was not very strong. It could not forcibly change people's will. At most, it could achieve the effect of psychological suggestion. It was a bit like hypnotizing the target, but the target would remember the process. This was a will-determining type of spell, which had many evil uses. Unfortunately, the probability of spell immunity was very high. It was far inferior to Berserk Charm and the higher-level control spell in battle. Mind Control was the real useful spell. The information given by the other party was actually quite limited. Soren only knew that the Sons of Fear had caused riots all over the south. 7 or 8 Sons of Fear had appeared one after another, causing considerable chaos in the killing of each other. Among these Sons of Fear, the one with the most information was a vampire. It was unknown how the Dread Lord cultivated the vampire son, but this guy was the most dangerous one among them. He had killed 3 or 5 Sons of Fear one after another, and his strength was close to the realm of high-grade legends. This guy's traces were all over many areas. It seemed that he was constantly hunting other Sons of Fear and was currently close to the coastal area. The latest information was that he had appeared near the City of Wealth. There was no Vivian's whereabouts. The other party was just an organization that believed in the god of rogues and did not have such amazing intelligence. The only useful news Soren had was that the vampire son seemed to have angered some existence. Recently, a legendary paladin was chasing him. Soren was familiar with the paladin because the other party was called the Silver Hand. This was a paladin who believed in the god of truth, and there was also the Hand of Justice. These two paladins were very strong, and of course, their equipment was even stronger, because they both had a divine artifact in their hands. Most of the paladins were fanatics, and the lowest was a devout believer. This kind of profession could easily make the gods look favorably upon them. They were the gods' first-class fighters. It just so happened that the paladin was one of the professions that restrained dark creatures the best. No wonder the vampire son was being chased everywhere. Soren was going to stay here for 2 days and then continue south to look for Vivian. Chapter 173. There were a large number of prostitutes in Shipwreck Bay. When night fell, they would fill up a row. In a place like this, the erotic industry was always the most developed. There were sailors who had just returned from the sea, pirates who had just robbed and sold their loot, guards from various caravans, and adventurers who were passing by. After drinking to their heart's content in the bustling tavern, their next entertainment was to find some beautiful women and have a good night of relaxation. There were women from all over the world. If you could afford it, you could even secretly smuggle in elven slaves. However, these are not to be taken out in public. Otherwise, it would offend many powerful forces. Most of the women on the table here were half-elves. Their price was several times higher than ordinary women. They were rejected by elves, and it was difficult for humans to accept them. The status of any mixed-blood creature was actually very awkward. Of course, there were not only a large number of prostitutes here, but also countless underground casinos and all kinds of strange places to satisfy their strange habits. However, Soren did not relax here. Because he had been wandering in the gray area all year round, he knew all too well how many troublesome things there were in this place. For example, he just saw a woman who was very seductive. She had full breasts, a slender waist, slender legs, and very white skin. Her eyes were a little seductive. When she noticed Soren, she even gave him a seductive wink. Her appearance was very seductive. She was a very beautiful woman. However, Soren's expression was full of vigilance. He slightly crossed his fingers, then bowed and walked in front of her. The seductive prostitute's expression was slightly startled. Then, she revealed a playful smile. She quietly nodded and showed her finger. There was a simple ring there. Then, she looked elsewhere. Seeking pleasure in Shipwreck Bay also required a lot of foresight. There was never a lack of fools who lost their lives because of lack of foresight. The result of being blinded by lust was very likely to wake up as some kind of monster or leave behind a blood-sucked corpse. It was a vampire. It should be a dark creature of the bloodkin level. High-grade vampires rarely came out to hunt. That's right. There were many vampires here. In any city with a developed sex industry, there would be many vampires hiding in the dark corners. They also needed wealth to maintain their lives, especially since these creatures were born to enjoy a more luxurious life. They also needed a sufficient source of food, and seducing lustful prey was undoubtedly the best way. If you walked in front of this beautiful vampire, you would find that she was very attractive because the charm spell had already been cast on you. Then, you left with her and entered a dark alley. You might have unknowingly arrived at a rather eerie place in the twists and turns that were filled with sex and seduction. You might have even unknowingly walked into a secret room in the sewers. Soon after, you will find that there is not only one beautiful woman in the room, but also other beautiful women who are looking at you with thirsty eyes, which will make you feel very excited. What followed next was a feast. If you are handsome and strong enough, you may experience unimaginable pleasure in a group of vampires, and when you are done, it is their turn to feast. Even if you are a quasi-legendary profession, you might not be able to escape from a group of vampires, because there are even stronger existences in their lair. These women are the slaves who provide for them. They seduce those who seek pleasure, kill them, and take their wealth, then offer it to the master who turned them into vampires. The scene was beautiful, but also cruel. You can enjoy a lot in a group of beautiful vampires, but unfortunately, you will be thrown into a stinking ditch the next day. Yes, it should be your corpse. There were too many interactions between the Gray Realm and the Dark Realm. Soren had come into contact with more than 100 vampires, and he had even watched the entire process of a vampire hunting. These creatures were dirty, evil, depraved, and lustful. They were chaotic, and they killed their prey without mercy. The kind of vampires in the stories did not exist at all. When they began to survive on humans, they had already fallen deeper and deeper into the darkness. Soren found an inn just down the street from where he'd been staying. There were not many customers inside, and he could see drunkards in the corner. The barmaids were wiping things, and there was a middle-aged woman at the bar counter. She looked a bit strong, and a woman who looked strong was definitely not simple. Soren quickly booked a room and then followed the barmaid to the second floor. The barmaid's hips swayed, and she even turned around and gave him a flirtatious look. Ever since Soren put on the cloak, his luck with women had improved a lot, and he did not know how many flirtatious looks he received along the way. After entering the room, he directly closed the door, blocking the barmaid's hints outside. The inns in this world were all the same, and you would get bored if you came into contact with too many of them. Soren took off his clothes, and then lit a candle to read a book. The room's soundproofing was not good, and he could hear the noise below. Soren took out a magic scroll and flipped through it. Occasionally, he would pick up a quill to write, and soon he had filled 5 or 6 sheets of white paper. Heavy footsteps could be heard outside the door, as if there was a creature of great weight walking past. He also heard the sound of armor colliding. Time passed little by little. Soren did not plan to stay up all night. Just as he was about to pack up and rest, there was a noise outside the window. It was a woman's moan. He frowned and walked to the window on the second floor to take a look. He could see a drunk man, who reeked of alcohol, throwing himself into a woman's arms and kissing her. Under the silver moonlight, the woman's skin was pale. She pretended to moan a few times, and then her expression turned cold. Her pupils slightly changed color, and fangs appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, she bit the man's neck. Large amounts of blood gushed out from the artery, and the woman sucked it like she was drunk. The man was still immersed in the bosom in front of him, and did not notice the arrival of death. Charm spell. The charm spell of vampires was very special, and it would not wake the target when it was attacked. The woman did not notice Soren's gaze. She seemed to be a newborn vampire. Because vampires with families would not hunt outside, it would cause too much trouble. They would hide in corners and sneak around in dark basements. Newborn vampires could not control their desires. Most of them were very hungry, so the man in front of her died very quickly. He did not slide to the ground until he had eaten his fill. The woman glanced to her left and right, then prepared to leave. Soren frowned slightly and showed a thoughtful expression. He raised his hand and knocked on the window. Then, he opened the window and looked down. Slowly, he said, "Didn't your elders teach you how to hunt? You just threw the body here after you finished eating?" Whoosh! The woman, who was just about to leave, suddenly turned around. Her pupils shone with a dark green light, and her sharp fangs were exposed. Her fingernails became sharp and black. She slightly squatted down, which was a standard hunting posture. However, her target was on the second floor. Soren's expression was still calm. He looked at her coldly and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that. It's a very stupid thing to do. Throw the body into the sewer in front, and then deal with the blood. After you're done, come to me. I have something to talk to you about. I don't think you would refuse the invitation of a kind stranger, right? Am I right? A defector?" At the end, Soren's expression was quite playful. He slowly said, "You're quite brave. A newborn actually dared to defect, and you even succeeded." The woman's expression was a little hesitant. She hesitated for a moment, and then directly picked up the body on the ground with one hand. The man's weight was estimated to be around 200 pounds, but she effortlessly carried him with one hand. After dealing with the blood, she walked towards a sewer in front of her. Soren looked at her back and added, "Remember to deal with the wound on his neck. Make it look like he bled out." The woman gently nodded. Soren didn't close the window. He walked to the bedside and sat down. His expression was a little uncertain, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he put on the cloak next to him and then put on the Battlemaster gloves. Weapons appeared in his hands one by one, and then disappeared one by one. Newborn vampires were very impulsive and aggressive. He had to be careful because the other party could attack at any time. Educated vampires wouldn't hunt like this. Even the one he met before knew how to lure the prey to the graveyard and then directly deal with the body after eating. This was obviously an uneducated newborn. After a vampire completed their transformation, they would be taught by an elder for a long time. They would be taught how to survive, and they would be confined to stay away from other people. Although vampires were powerful creatures, that was only in the eyes of mortals. If dark creatures dared to appear in the open, there was no need for the gods to intervene. Legendary professions could easily destroy a group of them. The one just now was a newborn, and it didn't look like a wanderer. Wandering vampires were very experienced and very vigilant. They would never do something that would expose themselves. This was a defector. The fact that a newborn vampire was able to defect undoubtedly aroused Soren's curiosity. He seemed to have thought of something interesting. Asterisk patter. Asterisk, the sound of climbing came from outside the wall. The sound was very soft, but it didn't escape Soren's notice. The newborn vampire twisted her body with amazing flexibility and then came in through a narrow window. She landed lightly on the ground and then stared at Soren with her green eyes. She slowly said, "Who are you?" Soren smiled, slightly raised his eyebrows, and said softly, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I know you're in trouble, and I can help you. Of course, I need you to do me a favor." He slightly narrowed his eyes, and there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 174. Newborn vampires were very impulsive. They still couldn't fully control their strength, especially when they had just turned from a living person to a dead person. They had to face the choice of hunting humans to survive. Many newborn vampires would enter a period of madness during this period of time, and then they would be forced to be imprisoned in the coffin for a long time. This process was called hiding, and there would usually be other older vampires watching over them. These older vampires would be nurtured for a period of time, either for a few years or more. When the newborn gradually stabilized and their emotions were under control, they would then be released. This was a very difficult process. Vampires seemed powerful, but their growth cycle was too slow. They needed to spend hundreds of years to reach the 4th grade. The newborn in front of him was actually only at the 3rd grade. It seemed powerful because vampires were creatures with higher biological levels. They had innate attributes, such as agility and strength, that were much higher than ordinary people, and they also had spell-like abilities. The one in front of Soren was a defector. She had just turned into a vampire and defected, so she lacked the survival experience of a vampire. If a defector like her was caught, they would either be imprisoned for a period of time or directly executed. Because defectors were uncultured people, it was easy for them to expose the vampire's tracks. Moreover, their uncontrollable thirst for blood would attract powerful enemies, which was a disaster for vampires. The woman in front of him had already lost her initial beauty. She stared at Soren and said, "Help me? How can you help me? Can a mere human help me?" Soren smiled inexplicably and said slowly, "It seems that you overestimate the abilities of vampires. I'll stand here and not move. As long as you can force me to take a step back in 3 attacks, then it'll be your win. How about that?" What an arrogant tone. However, Soren now had to increase the psychological pressure on his target. For a newborn who only had brute force and not much skill, what he said just now wasn't an exaggeration. The current Soren was no longer the Soren of the past. He had the ability to fight back against a quasi-legend. All right. The newborn vampire had a ferocious look on its face. Without hesitation, it launched an attack. It leaped onto the wall and crawled on it. Then it pounced on Soren. Like an eagle hunting for its prey, it slashed its sharp claws at Soren's throat. It seemed like it wanted to kill him in one move. However, Soren's expression didn't change at all. He even closed his eyes and opened his palms slightly. Just as the vampire was about to pounce on him, Soren leaned back 90 degrees and dodged the vampire's sharp claws by a hair's breadth. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his hand, and with a plop, the newborn vampire fell behind him. Soren's hands were still empty. The newborn vampire looked at her abdomen in disbelief. There was a half-foot-long wound on her abdomen, and there was frost on it. She had almost been cut open. If it wasn't for Soren's mercy, the sword would have cut her abdomen. Even with the body of a vampire, half of her body would have been cut in half. Although this kind of injury wouldn't take the vampire's life, it was enough to fill her heart with fear. She lowered her head slightly and pressed her fingers on the wound. Soren's expression was cold and arrogant. He said indifferently, "Do you want to try again?" The newborn vampire shook her head and said, "No need. Your Excellency, I already believe in your strength, but I don't know why you want to help me. What do you need me to do for you?" Soren felt that his acting skills had improved a lot. Maybe it was because he had more contact with women. In the past, he only interacted with men, so his acting skills didn't improve much. Now, his acting skills had increased by at least 10 points. Sure enough, dealing with women required acting skills. The basic skill of acting was surprisingly useful in many cases. He gently moved his wrist and said slowly, "I just happened to meet you. I need something useful, and the elder who is hunting you has it. So, I want to help you kill him. As for what I need your help with, we can talk about it after you're done with your problem. What's your name?" The newborn vampire hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Ariana." It was a bit of a mouthful. Soren repeated it and said, "Very good. Ariana, tell me about you. I need to judge the strength of the elder who captured you. After all, someone who can turn you into a vampire isn't easy to deal with." Ariana was a little hesitant, but then a trace of hatred appeared on her face, and she slowly said, "It was my sister, my cousin, who turned me into a vampire. My hometown is in the town of Solid, and it is a down-and-out aristocratic family. My mother died early. My father has been trying to restore the family's glory. Unfortunately, he never came back after going out on an adventure. 12 years ago, his cousin married a nobleman who was on a journey and left with him. This year, she returned to her hometown. We were very happy, but we didn't expect her to become like this. She killed the others and then turned me into a vampire as a servant of her master. I escaped, and then I escaped to Shipwreck Bay." What a melodramatic story. Although the woman in front of him didn't explain it in detail, Soren could guess the process. Her cousin who turned into a vampire went on a killing spree. She seemed to have killed the other family members, and then left her, who was quite beautiful, to be turned into a new vampire servant. Vampires were creatures that were based on appearance. If they weren't handsome or beautiful enough, they would rarely be turned. especially female vampires. Most of them were above average in appearance. Very good. Soren nodded slightly and said, "It seems that your cousin came to capture you. Of course, it's more likely to be her master. But it doesn't matter. I'll help you kill them. You'll be free from now on." He stood up and walked around, then said, "You'd better take a rest. This kind of injury shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, vampires have a strong regenerative ability. I suggest you learn how to hunt. Such a poor method of hunting can easily lead to trouble." Vampires were a very strong creature template. They had an innate defense of +6 and a base HP of 12, which was similar to the barbarians. At the same time, as their strength increased, they would gain various types of magic abilities, various types of resistance, and various types of negative energy corrosion. Moreover, when they were in their higher form, they would gain a bonus of +6 in strength, +4 in agility, +2 in intelligence, +6 in constitution, +2 in wisdom, and +4 in charisma. In some ways, it was almost comparable to the additional abilities of a dragon disciple. They had a +10 racial bonus in deceit, hide, listen, stealth, search, detection, and other basic skills. Vampires had a base creature level of 8, and they were naturally close to grade 3. These dark creatures didn't have many weaknesses. Many things in folklore were fake. They had shadows and weren't afraid of mirrors. Garlic was just the smell that they hated. The only thing they were afraid of was sunlight. It would greatly reduce their strength and could even kill the weak vampires. Their fatal weaknesses were their heart and brain. High-grade vampires could transform into bats and gaseous forms. They were a type of creature that was very difficult to kill. The rest of them were similar to undead creatures. Soren had killed many of them before. Vampires had a very important part on their bodies, and that was their spine. This was a special casting material, and it was also a key tool for the evil bloodline purification. The bloodline purification ritual was a transformation of a supernatural life form. There were many special casting materials in it. They could increase the effectiveness of the bloodline purification ritual, but they wouldn't change the bloodline of their own race. There were more core materials for the evil bloodline purification ritual. They came from more than 10 different sources, such as vampires, werewolves, liches, demons, devils, dragons, and so on. The simplest bloodline purification ritual was directly blessed by the gods. Soren naturally wouldn't be naive enough to think that the gods would be willing to bless him. The second most convenient material was dragon blood. However, it had to be a purebred dragon, and the minimum requirement was a white dragon. In the stories, there were many professions that became stronger after bathing in dragon blood. This was actually a bloodline purification ritual. They were still humans. However, these people had unconsciously completed the bloodline purification ritual, and their vitality had been increased by the dragon blood. This ritual was like they could have grown to this level of vitality, but because of some defects, such as insufficient nutrition when they were young, lack of training, or other defects, they didn't reach the peak of their vitality. This ritual allowed them to reach the peak of their vitality, and it might even increase their attributes that didn't grow well during their childhood due to other reasons. The probability is extremely low. This was Soren's goal. He needed to stimulate the potential of his vitality through the bloodline purification ritual. He didn't have the confidence to slay a dragon, and he didn't have the time to look for one. Vampires were a good substitute, and using high-grade vampires as materials to purify their bloodline would give him an additional sturdy ability. After completing the bloodline purification ritual, his HP would increase by at least 2 to 3 levels. In other words, his vitality would be equivalent to a warrior of the same level who didn't have the bloodline purification ritual. The night passed quickly. Soren left the hotel the next day and began to prepare tools to deal with vampires. Holy water was the best thing to use, followed by other items that could restrain dark creatures. From Ariana's mouth, Soren learned a lot of information and judged that it was a small family of vampires who converted her. They used the innate control ability after conversion to enslave servants. In this regard, Ariana's willpower attribute was good. She actually resisted the mind control of the vampire elders. Now, he just had to wait for the elders who were looking for her to appear and then lure them to a suitable place to kill them. P.S. Today's update. Everyone, go cast your annual vote. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.